Following the illumination of the crimson moon over the metropolis, an affliction subsequently referred to as cognitive contamination commenced its swift dissemination. Beneath the safeguard of the grand barriers, humanity persisted in their existence, yet contamination started to taint the souls of all. As Luke strolls amidst the throng, he reflects that despite being in this unfamiliar city, he still possesses his family. The crimson moon hangs ominously above the metropolis as he makes his way back to his former residence following a prolonged day. In the meantime, culinary noises resonate throughout as an individual readies the evening meal. On the call, Mama expresses remorse to their neighbor, acknowledging that today's events were her responsibility, and pleading with her not to harbor any resentment. May, Luke's little sister, ponders why he has yet to return home. Mama persists with the conversation, feeling affronted that her neighbor labeled her unattractive. She requests an apology as Luke exits the apartment threshold. His gaze tightens as he unlocks the entrance. He proclaims his return as he enters. May's expression brightens as she joyfully welcomes him even further upon seeing the stuffed bear she desired. As she embraces the teddy, Mama concludes the conversation and requests him to engage with his sister while she descends for a short period. He inquires whether something pressing occurred and recollects their arrangement to dine together. She clarifies that it's merely a miscommunication with their neighbor and that she will return shortly as she departs. Luke replies that they will dine as soon as she comes back, and she concurred. May reclines on the bed, observing the television, while Luke recounts that he has an unusual family. As they awaited their mother, an individual clutched a bottle firmly and struck it against the table. Baba abruptly yells, unleashing verbal abuse and commanding anyone who dared to step into his kitchen to leave. He looms over the table, shackles entwined around his form as his fury saturates the atmosphere. In the meantime, the wail of police sirens resonates outside while crimson lights flicker against the structure. Baba complains that everyone is bickering and that they can't even enjoy a peaceful meal. He bellows from outside the window, screaming at the authorities and residents with unbridled fury. May seizes her brother and confides in him that she is frightened. He attempts to comfort her, expressing that it's acceptable and that their father is not acting like himself. He subsequently perceives their mother's approach and observes that she is smeared with blood, as she notes that Baba is shouting once more. While he keeps watching, Mama highlights that Baba is frightening the children. The father screams that all are worthy of demise and hurls maledictions at the youngsters. Mother grins serenely and states that, in his perspective, everyone is deserving of death. Except for him. He looms above her while she persists in her reproaches and likens him to a pest scuttling in the drains. She asserts that even if all others perish, he will remain unscathed. This instigated the father and abruptly swings his arm, forcefully hitting Mama, yelling at her. Mama emits a gentle chuckle and refers to him as a bumbling imbecile. Baba bellows and he erupts in fury, proclaiming that she has the audacity to label him worthless. His physique swells with fury and proclaims his intent to annihilate her. A savage subsequent effect ensues. In a singular, in the corner of the chamber, May clutches her teddy bear firmly, as if in fear, but abruptly whispers that this is enjoyable. She subsequently chuckles while reiterating that this is indeed very delightful. She tumbles across the floor, chuckling uncontrollably. Her form contorts in an inverted position, resembling a frantic young woman. The home is being ravaged as Luke proclaims that this is his clan, asserting that they are typical and endearing. Despite occasional disagreements, he is grateful to have a united family in a world tainted by the crimson moon. In the meantime, a lady is watching him from afar. She articulated concern that he is not solitary within the residence, and her aide verifies that Psyche Mutation Subject 13 has demonstrated their mental prowess. An enigmatic individual inquires if he possesses the capability to be enlisted, and what his overall cognitive capacity appears to be. The evaluation indicates doubt, stating he appears typical. He functions as a dock laborer and infrequently exhibits bewilderment. The individual determines that Luke possesses significant promise and will be uncomplicated to mentor. The woman subsequently verifies that the Dream Master has infiltrated his visions. Nevertheless, the Dream Master never emerged. The typical commotion of the city begins. Within Luke's office, colleagues murmur that he continues to assist others and might become fatigued or even dismissed, while others deride his compassion. The new employee, John, expresses regret for being so awkward, and Luke extends his assistance. A team member beckons Luke, indicating that the director wishes to have a conversation with him. Luke replies courteously and proceeds to the director's office. The director requests Luke to transport a document to the corner cafe on Hong Road and emphasizes that there must be no postponement. He grabs the envelope, contemplating why the responsibility was not assigned to the finance department or an intern team. He subsequently observes the woman positioned close by. She reclines comfortably on the couch with an unruffled demeanor, and he becomes immobilized upon realizing that she has observed him gazing. He subsequently departs, a humiliation. As the portal shuts behind him, the director informs her that he has executed her instructions. Nevertheless, to his disappointment, she declares that the endeavor he desired will not be allocated to him. While he objects, she gazes at him and instructs him to disregard ever contacting Luke or assigning him any responsibilities. Her crimson gaze radiates as the ambiance becomes stifling. Gradually, the director succumbs to her influence. She departs from the office, readjusting her spectacles as she strolls away. Within a packed train, an expectant mother observes that there are excessive passengers and no available seats. Luke notices her and extends an invitation for a chair to the appreciative lady. The locomotive rushes through the passageway while the announcement reiterates the travel details. Unexpectedly, May emerges suspended from the ceiling, grasping her stuffed animal. She eagerly shouts to her sibling, "Luke!" Experiences internal turmoil, questioning the reason for May's pursuit. She chuckles and remarks that oscillating on the beam is enjoyable. The banisters groan as the locomotive jolts ahead. Travelers glance about in bewilderment as the train starts to tremble fiercely. May inquires of Luke whether he would refrain from playing with her, expressing that it is genuinely enjoyable. Luke quiets his tone, informing her that it's unfeasible to venture outdoors. May sulks and claims he is not enjoyable. She inclines nearer, cautioned him to exercise caution, as the location he was heading to might seem unfamiliar. She then playfully tweaked a slumbering individual who abruptly exclaims, insisting on discovering who had made contact with him. Subsequently, Luke clutches the envelope firmly and approaches the location, remarking that it is quite near the barrier. He eventually arrived at the cafe and experienced an indescribable feeling of discomfort. A monitoring apparatus fixes its focus on him as an inquiry team gathers on a neighboring rooftop and announces preparedness. Chen examines a classified document and declares that the objective's codename is Coffee Corner, with the objective to assess Subject 13's capabilities and prospects of evolving into a psyche master. The report indicates that individuals who visit the corner cafe perish within 3 to 5 days, having experienced intense depressive states. She inquires whether the support team is prepared, as an agent verifies their complete readiness. And that support individual? Dolly is prepared too, patiently awaiting by the window in another location. A chime positioned above the cafe doorway sounds as Luke steps inside. He observes that it appears vacant outdoors, even though there is vibrancy inside. He advances to the counter and states he was instructed to present a document. The server expresses gratitude and mentions that the coffee is complimentary. Timidly, Luke grins and responds that it is not required. Nonetheless, the server persists and sets the coffee before him. He comments that it has a delightful aroma, and he raises the cup as he contemplates simply consuming it and departing. An abrupt feeling of discomfort crosses his visage, and as he raises his gaze, a shadowy force pulses behind the server. Luke's eyes bulge in astonishment as he beholds a hideous, tentacled entity. Being surfaces, its form contorting. Crimson tear fell into his chalice, and the eye unfolds. He stands paralyzed in terror, exclaiming an expletive while gazing into the mug. The gaze is fixed squarely upon him, and he halts in dread. The server inquires about his lack of beverage consumption and encourages him to sample the coffee. Luke maintains his calm, believing he must not reveal to the man that he perceives everything. He graciously declines the beverage and attempts to exit the cafe serenely. He perceives that something is amiss and glances behind, observing others gazing at him. Consequently, he dashes by the cafe entrance at breakneck pace. Security video reveals him fleeing, and onlookers respond in astonishment at his departure. Within the command center, the group discusses how a Tier 1 psychic contamination area could yield such intense transformation. They inquire of Chen what the subsequent course of action ought to be, as the circumstances drift beyond their strategies. She instructs the team to continue assessing the circumstances and promptly devise a fourth strategy. The setting transitions to an underground transit hub. Luke ultimately takes a seat and contemplates why everyone appeared so peculiar, and recalls his sister's earlier admonition. He indicates that since the Crimson Moon manifested, even the most erratic individuals continue to exhibit humanity. He resolves to inquire with his relatives about it later. When he observes an influx of individuals unexpectedly gathering around him, he realizes that the individuals from the cafe have traced him to this location. The server materializes once more behind the throng, serenely cradling the coffee he had before. The man grins unsettlingly and remarks that the beverage is still incomplete. Luke flinches as additional individuals encroach from the rear, obstructing his escape. He becomes paralyzed upon discovering that all the exits are obstructed. The server cautions him that the coffee will become lukewarm if he does not consume it. Luke confesses that he lacks the funds to settle the bill. The server responds that he will cover the cost for him, and the crimson liquid abruptly propels itself out of the cup towards Luke. He recoils, pondering how something of this nature can possess its own volition. He hurries through the throng in a bid to flee. Nevertheless, they manage to seize him and hinder his departure. He persists in battling and shouts at the audience to cease approaching him. In the meantime, from a command center, Chen and her crew observe the pandemonium as it unfolds. Chen suspects that Luke might not yet have mastery over his capability, and instructs assistants to halt the assessment. With this, Dolly is now in motion, unfurling her umbrella. At that moment, the individual on the display gestures towards the screen. Luke winces in agony as the display surges, with the screen alerting him to erratic oscillations. As he grapples, May seems inverted, serving as a reminder that she cautioned him, yet he still chose to ignore her. She vows to assist if he purchases her playthings. Luke yells that he is devoid of funds, and the ocular-like creatures surge towards him. May plunges and stretches toward him, reaching out, her hand within the radiant energy. Their fingers interlock firmly, and his eyes become crimson behind his spectacles. May beams broadly from behind him and announces that the agreement is settled. Luke has now been transformed, while May holds on to his back, smiling as she encourages him to demonstrate his abilities. He charges ahead and confronts the adversaries. May claims it's enjoyable, and they persist in obliterating everyone. From the command center, they notice that he engages the power of motion manipulation, arachnid category. Spectators observe that even when restrained and pulled by creatures, Luke continually escapes due to his extraordinary agility. They doubt if such a degree of performance is attainable for a Spider-class user, contending that it nearly approaches that of Gecko. Abruptly, alarms blare as the screen fluctuates dramatically. In the passage below, the server proclaims his intent to eliminate Luke and unleashes his beast. Its appendage attempts to grasp him, yet he vaults alongside his sister, barely evading the devastating strikes. Tentacles lash upward as they hurry down the staircase. Luke surges up the steps while the creature trailing him bellows for him to cease his flight. Video recordings depict him ascending to the higher level, validating his getaway. Chen breathes out in relief, convinced that it has ultimately come to an end. She promptly instructs the team to conclude their tasks. However, the operator instructs them to observe the screen. Luke establishes his foot against the wall during his sprint, and he propels himself forcefully, altering his trajectory in mid-flight. Spectators cry out in bewilderment, inquiring about his actions. Chen observes intently as an individual proposes that he is inciting the beast. An evaluator clarifies that Spider-class individuals already exhibit formidable speed and power, yet he surpasses their anticipation. The individual asserts confidently that Subject 13 is genuinely exceptional, as Chen maintained a vigilant gaze. As they approach the egress, Luke pivots and inquires of his sister what she is engaged in. May beams and inquires about his next desire. Luke responses indicating that they ought to flee when creatures are present. She inquires as to why her sibling appears so terrified, remarking that the individual who ought to be afraid is the server. The individual advances and erupts into frenzied chuckles, enveloped by thrashing appendages. The appendages crash forcefully against the barriers, rattling the edifice as they propel themselves skyward. Luke pauses and proposes that they simply flee, but May declines with a grin. She takes hold of his hand and proclaims her intention to enjoy herself, as they charge forward to confront the beast. Within the observation chamber, the operator indicates that a Tier 1 psychic creature has materialized. Chen considers that spider-class mutants typically have little opportunity to prevail against psychic creatures without specialized armaments. Nevertheless, he lunged directly at the beast without a moment's doubt. Beneath, the appendages strike from various angles, while the siblings weave through them. They managed to shorten the gap with the server and wrenched his arm. Luke utilized it to obliterate the camera. The monitoring footage abruptly warps as the signal disintegrates. Chen is startled upon this realization and promptly instructs the team to take immediate action. Luke exhaled, with a hint of frustration, his face illuminated in crimson, inquiring of their adversary whether it was enjoyable to have a fractured arm. Before them, colossal crimson beasts realign, gaping their maws widely. Luke remains in the hallway as appendages rush in from every direction, narrowing the gap. Luke accelerates through the constricting opening as tendrils encircle them. A colossal, tentacled maw gapes widely, obstructing their way. May leans in towards Luke as they assert that it remains insufficient. Luke glides swiftly over a tentacle, while May grips on firmly. He crashes down forcefully and instantly propels himself forward once more as tentacles lash out behind him. Severed. Tentacles strewn across the floor as its components disperse over the surface. Additional tentacles emerge and twist, restructuring in chase. Energized, Luke taunts the creature for its desire to flee. He then surges forward while clutching an armament. He vaults and elevates his armament, exclaiming for it to be damned. He collides forcefully with a tentacle, shattering it into pieces. The creature's form sprawls across the ground, utterly motionless. Luke expresses that he hasn't engaged sufficiently so far. At that moment, the appendages abruptly shift as they lash out simultaneously. The appendages grasp the individuals in the subway. The siblings remain composed while the enchanted citizens scramble past them. They seized one and contorted its neck. As they lunged ahead, May exclaims that they ought not to entertain the notion of fleeing. The passage is strewn with lifeless figures as the consequences take hold. Luke asserts serenely that not a single one of them is capable of combat. He perceives a subtle noise and swivels his head abruptly. Not quite enough. An aged gentleman gradually elevates himself from behind fragmented glass. The man appears terrified and emits a feeble noise. The siblings gaze mutely at him. Still under the influence, Luke grins and comments that it appears there is one additional. He lunges ahead with the aim of injuring the elderly man. At that moment, he exclaims, "Enough!" as his hand approaches the quaking individual. Liberated, he seizes his sister and instructs her to cease playing around. She instructs him to release his grip, yet he asserts that she must exercise self-control. The individuals from earlier were not mere bystanders, while the guard is an average individual. With a troubled expression, she expresses her regret and claims she was merely attempting to safeguard him. He informs her that she is capable of fleeing, yet it was unnecessary. She comforts her that she will exercise caution next time and takes hold of her toy. In the interim, a locomotive screeches to a halt at the terminal, while figures are sprawled haphazardly in the vicinity. Dolly glides gently as Chen approaches on a motorbike. Outdoors, the metropolis remains tranquil, yet officials assemble near the underground transit station. From an elevated vantage point, Luke and May sit adjacent to each other, surveying the scene. May inquires of her sibling how he intends to express his gratitude towards her. Luke responds protectively, retorting that had he not reprimanded her previously, but halts in the middle of his statement. After a brief intermission, he ultimately murmurs a soft expression of gratitude. May instantly beams, announcing that he ought to purchase her playthings as a gesture of gratitude. Luke objects, questioning whether she doesn't already possess an abundance of toys. She embraces her plush toy and expresses her desire for something that screams. Luke proposes a latex poultry toy, showcasing it as the ideal selection. May glares with irritation, distinctly unamused. She pivots in annoyance, grumbling that her sibling consistently interrupts and no longer engages in play with her. As she strides forward, she cautions him to exercise greater caution, as someone is observing him. Luke challenges his sibling, inquiring about who is aiming at him. However, May declines to respond. She waves farewell and drifts away from the terrace. Luke observes quietly as she lowers herself, coming to the understanding that he can solely rely on his own capabilities. Anxious, he vaults from the structure. During the descent, he contorts his physique and modifies his path, arriving securely. He chooses to steer clear of congested locations beneath, and continues to distance himself from inquisitive gazes. Although fatigued, he compels himself to continue progressing. As he observes that all is secure, Chen shouts his name from behind, surprising him. She nonchalantly suggests inviting him for coffee. Luke becomes motionless, astonished that such an attractive woman has approached him so straightforwardly. He ponders whether she could be one of the transit security personnel, yet opts to embrace her proposition, though not for coffee. Subsequently, they savor wine and socialize at the bar as she discloses her employment with a division that manages irregularities and contamination occurrences. She clarifies that the officials restructure urban areas following the Crimson Moon occurrence, and capital punishments are administered to safeguard all individuals. Opposition groups and upkeep activities are managed by their personnel. At present, their main focus is overseeing contamination within the confines and surrounding community. Luke wonders if these irregularities are genuine or overstated. Chen extends an invitation for him to examine the official documents pertaining to the coffee shop occurrence. Luke uncovers a confidential document outlining a Tier 1 psychic contaminant. Chen ignites a cigarette while elucidating that pollution proliferates akin to an epidemic. Not typical pollution. Individuals who are subjected may appear ordinary initially, but internal transformations take place. Survivors may experience a loss of mental stability, exhibit aggression, or undergo total transformation. Most unfortunate. Firstly, there is no forewarning prior to a complete eruption, as they coexist with ordinary individuals, unlike those beyond the barriers. Once all individuals in the vicinity are contaminated, it can only lead to demise. Luke responds in astonishment, inquiring if everyone is doomed to perish even after vanquishing the beast. Chen elucidates that eliminating the origin does not remedy the afflicted. She notes that the supernatural creature is merely the source of the contamination, and everyone exposed continues to be tainted even after its demise. If just one contaminated individual manages to evade capture, a new contaminant could emerge. Chen cautions that an increasing number of individuals will be exposed to pollution as time progresses. Luke inquires why those who are infected are not being abandoned outdoors to aid in the process of reincarnation. She responds that supernatural creatures lack intelligence and operate purely on intuition. They are capable of fostering their own existence, but by that time it is already too late. Chen informs Luke that he is not on the verge of becoming tainted, but has already been contaminated. She unveils a document and instructs him to examine the information attentively. Luke examines the assessment, which contains his image, residence, age, and arachnid category designation. Chen clarifies that following the Red Moon event, the mental fortitude of certain individuals has been on the rise. She emphasizes that enhanced mental fortitude enables superior mastery over the body and affirms that he is an aberration. She indicates that there is an individual within their organization bearing the code name Gecko. He possesses exceptional bodily control, bestowing upon him extraordinary power. He can evade projectiles, manipulate an array of weaponry, vault over chasms, and traverse surfaces as though gravity were non-existent. She asserts that Luke has comparable skills. With this, he can command his physique akin to that of a spider. Luke gazes at the document once more, quietly taking in the details. Chen asserts that with his abilities, he is ideally qualified to be a cleanser. A bus notification advises travelers that they have reached the eastern terminal of Satellite Town and should get ready to disembark. Luke occupies a seat on the bus, clutching cash and reflecting on how Chen unexpectedly bestowed upon him that substantial sum. He contemplates that regardless of the cause, he requires the funds. The bus comes to a stop, he disembarks, and moves ahead amidst fellow travelers. He subsequently reaches the entrance of a school, where the guard informs him that she is instructing within. Upon entering, he perceives someone melodiously reciting a nursery rhyme. He glances in and remarks that she is acting juvenile. The lady pivots, and, inquiring who is present, observes that there is no one there. She persists in serenading the children. In the meantime, Luke conceals himself and observes silently, believing that such joy ought not to be disrupted. He opts instead to place the funds within the mailbox. He subsequently gathers blooms from the garden and places them atop the mailbox. The sentry observes that it would be simpler to convey it to her personally, grumbling that he has gathered nearly all of the blossoms. Luke expresses regret to the elderly gentleman, assuring him that he will buy him a beer over the weekend. However, the guard wishes to offer him a drink instead, and he expresses his gratitude for the generous proposal. As he departs, he experiences immense satisfaction from his wealth, yet acknowledges that he still genuinely requires financial resources. He subsequently recalls his discussion with Chen. She clarified that they require individuals like Luke to tackle environmental contamination, and presented him with 10,000 yuan. He responded, in disbelief at the sum, exclaiming that it is excessive. She asserted that he is worthy of it, and that the typical compensation for such labor is approximately 30,000 yuan. She remarked that as long as he utilizes his skills effectively, there will be an abundance of wealth in the future. Luke responded with enthusiasm, contemplating the staggering sum of money he would acquire. As she witnessed his affection for wealth, he confessed that he truly did not possess any capabilities, and that his strength is derived from his younger sibling, and that his relatives possessed influence too. She was astonished to learn this, but overheard through her earphones that she needed to conduct the final evaluation on Luke. She was cautioned not to overlook that the visionary met an unusual demise. Merely entering Luke's dream for evaluation resulted in her demise, which had never been a situation of that nature previously. They also noted that Luke's risk factor is exceptionally elevated, and that schizophrenia has come to light. She was reluctant to remove the young man and informed him that according to her information, he has been residing solo since the Moon Orphanage was obliterated, and that his family existed solely in his imagination. Luke remarked that he was aware of this, and he understood they were invisible to others. Nevertheless, he could perceive them as if they were genuine, and they safeguard him when he encounters peril. An individual on the other end conveyed to Chen that they were prepared, and urged her to reach a conclusive determination. She turned to him and inquired whether his relatives would not influence him as they pleased. He assured her that his family consisted of kind individuals. May was a dutiful girl who cherished playthings. His father was an unassuming individual with a passion for culinary arts, and his mother is kind-hearted and cherished tranquility. He asserted that they would never have the capability to dominate his physique. She sensed that he was exceedingly conventional, and was even earnestly depicting individuals who ostensibly aren't real. As Luke persists in his stroll, he disregards all matters as long as he can maintain his income. Subsequently, Chen appears and instructs him to enter the vehicle. She informed him that he is now a novice member of the operational team, receiving a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. She presents him with the agreement and instructs him to affix his signature if he consents to participate. He peruses the document quietly, concluding that he is receiving a substantial amount. He subsequently inquires about the specific nature of his forthcoming duties. She reveals to him that he will be examining and purifying particular contaminants. She cautions him to brace himself, clarifying that the challenges they encounter are invariably perilous, and that there is consistently a possibility of fatality. She emphasizes that following the Red Moon event, every inhabitant of Green Bay requires safeguarding and surveillance, including him. Chen clarifies that following the Red Moon event, ordinary individuals transformed into valuable assets that require safeguarding, himself included. Firmly persuaded, Luke endorsed the document, and Chen inquired about what prompted his willingness to consent so quickly. He reminisces about the turmoil following the Red Moon event, and contemplates that if individuals continue to clash with one another, the planet may never heal. He acknowledges that he lacks knowledge of what existence was like in the past, yet he aspires to witness an improved world. Chen hesitates briefly, then serenely acknowledges his response. She presents a secured container disclosing a weapon, currency, and essential provisions. Luke responds with astonishment upon encountering the weapon. She clarifies that the device within is intended for urgent situations, and that the sole stored contact on the device is hers. Luke internally ponders why this sensation resembles being indulged by a benefactor. In his fantasies, she claims superiority, declaring that he is hers from this moment onward. She jolts him from his reverie and clumsily states that he is paying attention. Evidently unsettled, Chen assesses him with composure and concludes that he presents a minimal risk. She additionally cautions him that, in the event of an emergency, he ought to refrain from utilizing his skill immediately. He ought to initially visit the police station, reach out to her, or, as a last resort, utilize the weapon. Luke becomes quiet, contemplating all that has transpired. During his journey back, he observes that although he is on probation, the remuneration remains exceedingly elevated. He assesses his monthly revenue, recognizing that he receives a foundational wage in addition to a corporate stipend. He subsequently contemplates setting aside funds to move the primary school from hazardous areas. It would be wonderful to acquire a residence spacious enough for all, and assist with additional endeavors to accomplish that. At that moment, May arrives, informing him that their guardians are anticipating their return at home. She subsequently inquires what he will provide her as compensation if she assists him in increasing his earnings. He proposes a flexible poultry toy, a percussion-performing monkey, and even a jigging donkey. Nonetheless, she remains unfazed and bids farewell. Luke becomes frantic and implores her to remain, vowing to purchase her any plaything she desires. She gestures and expresses her desire for a playful kind of toy. Luke pivots in bewilderment, noticing an inebriated man in close proximity. Upon her arrival, May expresses her fondness for toys that are capable of movement and speech. She grins unsettlingly and clarifies that entire playthings can be disassembled and reassembled. If he presents him with that type of plaything, she will fulfill any of his demands. Luke pauses and sinks to his knees before her, softly articulating that inflicting harm on others is against the law. With a distressed look, she inquires why others are permitted to hurt her. She suggests that if he wishes to prevent her from causing harm to others, then he ought to be her plaything. She clutches him fervently and begins to tear him asunder, beaming broadly as her formidable essence completely discloses itself. A crimson moon hangs ominously above the metropolis as Luke crouches, clutching May securely in his embrace. A lengthy, irregular gash is exposed along Luke's back as his sister leans into him. She inquires gently if the wound still causes him pain. Luke stays mute, weeping. She labels him an imbecile. When others attempt to hurt her, merely he stands before her as a shield. He exhales, informing her that he has changed from how he was previously. Compelling a grin, he claims he has secured a new position and now possesses funds. He is able to purchase her an alternative toy. And she unexpectedly agrees with enthusiasm. The setting transitions to a vibrant avenue bustling with individuals and inviting illumination. The siblings joyfully stroll side by side, clasping each other's hands. They pause in front of a toy store brimming with plush creatures. Luke purchases a variety of toys, while onlookers murmur doubtfully regarding his looks and actions. The siblings taunt them and persist in their laughter together, unfazed by the opinions surrounding them. Beneath the crimson moon, May reclines amidst a heap of playthings. She starts to dismantle each one, astonished by how enjoyable it is to possess so many playthings. Luke remains close by, observing her silently, with an inscrutable expression. She faces him, expressing gratitude for her playthings. He abruptly inquires if she might utilize his talents. She labels him as imprudent, informing him that he can compel his abilities to be bestowed upon her. Luke recognizes that he is already aware. Nevertheless, he still seeks her consent. May beams radiantly and vows that she will consistently be alongside him whenever he requires her. Beneath the crimson illuminating moon, they pledge together. She comforts him by telling him not to fret over his garments, suggesting that he can mend them on his own. Simultaneously, Chen discloses to the individual on the other end that following the crimson moon occurrence, the orphanage has been reconstructed with Luke's financial support. She affirms her conviction in her choice, notwithstanding apprehensions, and intends to directly inform Professor Bajie about the circumstances. Chen contemplates that numerous individuals assert that Luke is unsteady. He emphasizes that, in truth, no one is genuinely typical. She observes that he intentionally hid his genuine skills, and if the recording of the subway occurrence was forwarded to the oversight team, his risk factor ought to be significantly elevated compared to earlier evaluations. She ignites a cigarette and contemplates that concealed, ethereal beings might already be present among them, and solely an insane individual can contend with the escalating peril. The day commences at the familial dining table as Luke serenely expresses his readiness for his new position. Mama encourages him to eat well and gently reminds him to look after himself. She informs him that following breakfast, she has a surprise for him, leaving. Luke was taken aback. She comforts him by explaining that the present was meticulously arranged in honor of his new position. The tranquil interlude is suddenly disrupted as Baba bursts in, enraged, swearing and bellowing with aggressive purpose. He strode toward the table with fury, informing his son that he is being manipulated and insists on drastic measures. He berates passionately, asserting that the group has never given a thought to Luke's well-being, and without his sibling, he would have perished by now. Grasping his teddy bear firmly, quivering under the strain. He wonders why Luke continues to assist those who endeavored to take his life. Luke serenely acknowledges that they were, in fact, responsible for the incident at the cafe. Nevertheless, they offered a generous remuneration for the position. Baba is astonished by the reaction and seizes him by his collar in fury. He menaces to take his life, and as his garments clench closely around him, a person splatters water onto his face, causing him to halt. Mother interrupts sharply, asserting that the true garbage is himself. She asserts that due to his ineptitude and volatile temperament, they remain ensnared. Baba whirls toward her in frustration and signals with 2 fingers. The furious individual pauses, bewildered by her behavior. Mother cautions him to depart if he understands what's beneficial for him. He persists in hurling derogatory remarks, referring to them as garbage. The chamber erupts as furnishings and dishes crash to the ground. A broad perspective unveils the devastated space, with Luke standing guard beside May. The restrained man retreats, staring intensely at Mama, who remains serenely seated. Baba pivots, withdrawing with subdued rage. Luke comforts May, assuring her not to be afraid. Mama states that everything is all right now, and while recalling his inaugural day and the anticipated present, she beams and encourages him to proceed. The setting transitions to a tranquil chamber. Luke expresses his gratitude to his mother for his new attire, yet pondering whether he appears unusual. She interrogates his uncertainty and scrutinizes him meticulously. She subsequently takes off his spectacles and grins, stating he appears significantly improved now that he has cleaned himself up. He expresses his gratitude to her, acknowledging that he's unaccustomed to attiring himself in this manner, and for intervening earlier. She cautions him against expressing gratitude to relatives and emphasizes the importance of concentrating on performing his duties effectively. However, if an individual mistreated him, the entire family ought to confront them. The setting shifts to an office edifice. Luke exits his desk promptly, attracting notice. Company. Colleagues murmur in astonishment about his premature departure, stylish attire, and the potential presence of a romantic partner. Luke strolls by the director's office, oblivious to the elderly gentleman gazing at him with great focus. Following the red moon occurrence, existence within the barriers appears fragmented, with individuals proceeding as though everything is fine. Some individuals squander their hours in inactivity, while others strive merely to endure. Scarcity of food persists, and achieving a more fulfilling existence is more challenging than it appears. He notes that everything appears normal thus far and contemplates if Chen will revoke his advantages if this persists. Mei mocks him for merely conducting patrols after his shift and achieving nothing further. Luke confesses that he bypassed dinner to commence his patrol duties. He opts to return home with Mei instead, intending to start early tomorrow. Several days later, the director unemotionally clarifies that the business is facing difficulties. Consequently, he is terminating Luke's employment while retaining John due to his superior work ethic. Luke maintains he never departed prematurely and consistently remained beyond the necessary duration, pleading for another opportunity. The director terminates his position, asserting that the organization requires a reduced workforce and displays no compassion. Luke gazes at his possessions in quiet contemplation and ponders who assisted in arranging his items. A colleague informs him that John tidied up on his behalf and assumed his role beforehand. She labels him as gullible for perpetually assisting others. She discloses that John is involved with the director's offspring, rendering the result unavoidable. He endures the unfairness in silence and clutches his firearm, contemplating his subsequent action. He remembers the guidelines: notify the police department, place the call, and utilize the weapon only as a final option. He concludes that it is not yet the moment to resort to coercion. Subsequently, he sits solitary by a cafe, contemplating whether to reach out to Chen. Following a brief pause of indecision, he resolves to attempt it regardless. Chen, currently at the office of the extermination unit, responds and inquires if anything occurred. He mentions that he's encountered difficulties. She becomes instantly vigilant, concerned about the circumstances. Culpable. He clarifies that he monitors the area post-employment and consistently put forth effort, yet he was dismissed without justification. May straightforwardly inquires if this is the reason for his call, and he affirms softly. She requests him to remain patient and assures him that she is capable. Manage it. He exhales deeply, anticipating her arrival. May unexpectedly materializes behind him, proposing to transform those who have disturbed him into playthings. With a menacing expression, she insinuates that their family would be eager to assist, as Luke tenses in quietude. Luke dismisses the notion, reminding her that homicide remains unlawful, and resolves to await Chen's phone call prior to taking any action. 5 minutes later, the organization's director abruptly arrives, hurrying towards him. The elderly gentleman commends his diligence and discloses that Chen specifically endorsed him. Thus, he is designating him as the project manager. Luke subtly comprehends that his position is now guaranteed. John also expresses regret for apparently usurping his position, along with his partner. Luke reassures him that he is well, and thus John inquires if he can participate in the endeavor. Noticing his demeanor, he perceives a significant chance. Thus, he promptly declines John's plea without a moment's pause. The director glances at his bag, but suddenly departs after Luke answers a phone call. Jen reaches out to verify that the problem has been addressed. She is perplexed as to why he requires an additional job, despite receiving a generous salary. He responds that he seeks a second position because he requires extra income. Chen inquires why Luke persists in his surveillance duties, and he clarifies that he would experience remorse accepting compensation without fulfilling his responsibilities. Since he is fervent, she assigns him his initial formal task and designates him to look into Ralph, the leader of Fang Transport. The firm is under suspicion for 7 to 8 murders, and they must ascertain whether these are mere homicides or something more profound. Chen instructs him to notify at once if any wrongdoing is detected. He contemplates. That the count of 7 lives appears trivial, since mental contamination is not a factor. He inquires if the situation poses particular risks. Chen affirms that corruption renders them perilous beyond typical offenders, yet with his capability, he ought to manage. She subsequently assured him a recompense following the inquiry, and with that, he agreed to undertake the assignment. Subsequently, he makes his way back to the workplace as staff members persist in their tasks. He neared his table and discovered his belongings had returned. He summons John and informs him that he ought to collaborate with him on the new initiative. En route to the project, he contemplates that Fang Transport is not as straightforward as it appears. John articulates uncertainty about reaching out to the organization, as he persists in reflecting on the intricacies and significance of the logistics firm. The firm governs significant transit pathways connecting urban centers and the metropolis. They remain steadfast in the face of deteriorated pathways and formidable creatures. Whispers suggest that the leader is a female, yet she is merely a marionette. The genuine mastermind, Ralph, emerges as a perilous entity who must reside within the confines to secure a resident permit. He believes Fang Transport is concealing much more than illicit commerce. Consequently, he resolves to evaluate their activities firsthand. Subsequently, the Fang transportation facility becomes entirely visible. Observing. In the vicinity of the storage facility, he verifies that he has reached the proper destination, as John and his partner trail behind. A gentleman appears and instructs him to cease his roaming and accompany him. Employees congregate around them, their presence formidable. John anxiously observes how perilous. Observe as the man confrontationally inquires about the subject of their discussion. Luke directs the others to converse with the supervisor while he examines the automobiles personally. Outdoors, he observes laborers acting with an unusual tranquility and remarks that it appears distinct from the cafe previously. He understands that these individuals have no apprehension about anything beyond the boundaries. As he approaches the vehicles, he notices crimson smudges and collision impressions materializing on one of the trucks. He crouches to inspect the desiccated blood on the earth. An abrupt plea for assistance reverberates throughout the premises. Luke tenses as the noise approaches him. John is weeping as the men strike him relentlessly for bargaining with them, asserting that their occupation is perilous enough. The girlfriend shouts at them to cease, warning that she will contact the authorities. Luke clutches his firearm and sprints toward the origin of the disturbance. He observes John lying on the ground, while the woman clarifies that they attempt to negotiate their rate, but the transport workers abruptly assault John. At that moment, another woman enters and strikes her across the face. Witnessing this, Luke releases his weapon and considers allowing them to take more damage. He inquires of one of the individuals why the altercation abruptly erupted. The head of the men charges him with withdrawing from the venture after they had organized all the necessary arrangements. He establishes authority and intends to cause them difficulties for squandering their time. Luke grins and gently suggests that they engage in conversation. The individual declined to engage in conversation, stating that they ought to simply endorse the agreement so that everyone could return to their duties. Luke declined to endorse it without perusing it beforehand. The chief ridicules him for being so obstinate, and the other men begin to encircle him. Trapped, Luke brandishes the weapon. He elevates it and targets without a moment's pause. A wave of astonishment sweeps over the audience as they come to the realization that it is genuine. Luke asserts that commercial matters ought to be addressed through dialogue, not violence. The chief derides and chuckles, charging Luke with deceit. Others draw blades and metallic poles, encircling him. Luke stays calm, maintaining the firearm in a stable position. An individual from behind. It abruptly lunges ahead, howling in fury. A firearm discharge echoes, startling all present. The electrified individual is hit and propelled rearward. Alarm expands throughout the audience as they comprehend that Luke has genuinely been dismissed. He tilts the firearm downwards, reminding them that all witnesses observed the incident. A lady then advances, her keen eyes locked onto Luke, who continues to maintain a solid hold on her weapon. She swiftly assesses the situation and chooses to move on. She cautions him that law enforcement has the authority to detain him and implores them to depart. He declines to, yet still plans to persist in conversing about business following the recent events. She is astonished to learn this, yet he reassures her by stating that the cost should be reasonable and cannot be determined at random. She perceives him as impolite when a gentleman abruptly intervenes. He nonchalantly states that he has engaged in transactions while aiming a gun at an individual's head numerous times previously. However, having an individual brandishing a firearm at his associates during a business discussion is unprecedented. Ralph, the authentic chief of the logistics firm, intervenes. The woman attempts to clarify, but he interrupts her. Ralph instructs Luke to lower his firearm and commands him to accompany them. Luke offers a brief, apathetic reply. The scenario transitions to a tranquil indoor chamber brimming with delectable cuisine. Ralph devours his meal voraciously, evidently indifferent to the presence of his visitor. The gentleman expresses dissatisfaction that cuisine within the city never seems satiating after residing beyond the barriers. Upon receiving the offer, Luke graciously rejects the food, smiling and stating that he is not famished. Ralph elucidates that enduring beyond the barriers necessitated relentless struggle and adversity. And, as long as he can reside comfortably, he is satisfied. Shifting to a more solemn tone, he inquires of Luke directly the reason for his search. He confesses. Engaging in commerce under duress is prevalent beyond the city's boundaries, yet it appears the young man has never ventured beyond the fortifications. Luke presents an identification photograph and verifies whether he is the head of the organization. The man squints, wondering if Luke is the source of his difficulties. An intense instant ensues as he seizes his firearm and directs it towards his visitor. Luke serenely assesses his response, recognizing that he has discovered the ideal individual. Abruptly, May materializes behind the chief, grasping his shoulder. Luke stays tranquil, inwardly observing that the individual is not as intimidating as he seems. He clarifies that he is not the source of his difficulties, and merely seeks to understand if he has been facing any issues recently. Upon hearing this, he wonders if Luke is collaborating with law enforcement. Luke lifts his hands, refuting any connection to law enforcement. As it poses a risk to incite him, he summons his sister, who subsequently swatted the firearm from the man's hold. Luke gracefully turns the firearm, rendering it harmless with skilled finesse. He empties the clip and asserts that he is not present to create discord, merely seeking answers. The man surveys his surroundings, bewildered by how effortlessly Luke incapacitated him, and inquires about how he achieved such meticulous regulation. Luke brushes aside the inquiry, urging Ralph to concentrate on the dialogue, inquiring once more about the peculiar occurrences. Ralph falters, evidently grappling with the decision to articulate his thoughts. He examines Luke intently, perceiving concealed power beneath his tranquil facade. He mutters quietly, conceding that he confronted something otherworldly that eludes understanding. He discloses that it all commenced 14 days prior. He clarifies that following the acquisition of bear capsules, his transportation enterprise transformed entirely. He purchased the tablets from an individual named Wong, who genuinely believed that he was a virtuous individual. Consequently, he eliminated the individual and seized the satchel of bear medications. He then offered Wang's remains to feral canines, convinced that it concluded at that point. Nevertheless, the following day, a woman unexpectedly materialized in front of him. She cursed him, referring to herself as Wang too, asserting that he had devastated her existence and insisted on the return of her possessions. Learning that she refers to herself as Wang instantly piques Luke's curiosity. Ralph presumed she was Wang's paramour, thus he also took her life, and interred her remains blended with cement, indicating towards the new platform scale. Nonetheless, he sensed that something was amiss and chose to probe into the woman's background. He discovered that her true name was Ting, and was unaware of who Wang was, rendering everything appear peculiar. However, even more bizarre occurrences unfolded. 2 days later, a chilling presence materializes once more, affirming that the ordeal is far from concluded. Ralph clarifies that following a span of 2 days, a greater number of individuals unexpectedly surfaced and located him. He remembers that one identified herself as Wang, while another asserted her name was Ting, both asserting they were related. In spite of being encircled, they boldly lunged at him without a moment's pause. He asserts unequivocally that they were massacred. Luke responds in astonishment, comprehending that 4 individuals had already perished. Ralph recounts that the most unsettling aspect of the experience was that following 4 days, 4 additional individuals emerged, each a complete unknown. Nevertheless, they inexplicably made their way into his residence. He claims they targeted his throat directly, utterly deranged. Their gaze was frenzied and fearsome, validating that they had lost their sanity. Luke inquires whether all those individuals were likewise slain. Yet, Ralph opted to confine them instead. He finds it challenging to articulate the situation. Thus, he instructs Luke to accompany him, opting to present the proof firsthand. They reach a remote edifice, concealed amidst the foliage. He unlocks the door, and a putrid odor pervades the atmosphere as they step inside. From above, corpses are unveiled within the abyss beneath. Luke gazes in astonishment, realizing that this is genuine human skin. Ralph comments that he appears unafraid, yet confesses he was actually frightened at that moment, and secured them here to probe into who was orchestrating his downfall. Nevertheless, before he could examine the situation, they began to assail one another ferociously. He depicts them behaving like beasts, tearing each other to shreds. Overcome by despair, he ultimately resorted to a firearm and took their lives. Luke understands that the unusual conduct revolves around the passing of Wang. Luke inquires about the number of days that have elapsed since the previous group emerged, and Ralph discloses that it has been a week. He arrives at the conclusion that a forthcoming 8th group is anticipated to emerge shortly. He seizes his mobile device and attempts to inform Chen about the circumstances. However, Ralph menaces him with his armament, cautioning that he must not betray him. Luke argues that even with armed opposition, the impending events cannot be thwarted, and insists on understanding how Wang was able to monitor his whereabouts. Ralph contemplates why he would pose such a question. He elaborates that the assailants proceeded straight to his residence, ensuring they would perpetually locate him. The man exclaims that it's unattainable, dismissing the notion. With the peculiar occurrences, nothing seems unfeasible any longer. He forecasts that the peril will proliferate perpetually, and it will be perilous for him, as they have no fear of dying. They will not cease until he perishes. Ralph falters, as notifying the authorities might likely result in his incarceration due to his dubious dealings. Luke contemplates with indifference that the barren lands might be more desirable than gradually perishing or being devoured by beasts. Lacking alternatives, the man relinquishes his armament and proclaims his trust in him. Luke reaches out to Chen, courteously indicating that he has significant information to convey. Chen informs him that an elite task force will be deployed without delay, as the situation pertains to mental manipulation. She prompts Luke to remember that, although experience is significant, intuition remains vital when confronted with a psychic mutant. Luke recognizes her directives, yet lacked the opportunity to inquire about the remuneration. 30. Shortly thereafter, a car reaches the site. Boots land simultaneously as individuals vacate. Luke stands in front of the approaching squad, sustaining a composed stance. Roy presents himself as the chief of the Special Operations Team. Luke observes the formality of the circumstance and advises the man to address him by his first name. Roy presents him with an earpiece and requests that he wear it. He examines the gadget and then dons it. Condition. Transmissions commence, relaying via the communications. Hana, the corporal of the analytical unit, speaks to him, expressing her intention to furnish him with essential information. An electronic document presents data. Wang is subsequently recognized as the inaugural psychic mutant. Hana clarifies that this seems to represent an unprecedented form of mental degradation that has never been experienced previously. She contemplates relinquishing Ralph to the unethical parties, allowing them to obstruct the origin. While Luke falters, Chen speaks to him, asserting that this presents an excellent chance for him to learn. Luke replies with eagerness, demonstrating evident drive. Chen observes that their information indicates individuals affected were unfamiliar with one another, yet all succumbed to moral decay driven by vengeance. There must exist a crucial juncture where the victims' routes converge, and they will undoubtedly uncover the origin of the corruption at that point. Hana proposes that they explore the lives of the victims as a preliminary step. Luke inquires about the duration it would require. However, Hana clarifies that inadequate monitoring coverage hinders the inquiry. Luke inquires if there exists a swifter method, as there is a greater probability of individuals becoming corrupt. Chen concurs, stating that efficiency is essential, as the origin may evolve over time. She believes that they concentrate on Wang initially, and instructs everyone to delve into every detail surrounding his demise. The team coordinates to affirm the strategy. A crimson moon looms forebodingly above the metropolis, heralding an escalating peril. Several hours later, an automobile races through the designated area. Hana indicates that 4 potential focal points are linked to Wang's demise. Reports verify that there is no atypical activity in the initial 3 sites, and the body of water adjacent to the southern frontier is still under examination. The automobile reaches the water's edge. Luke disembarks onto the lawn and thinks it odd that May is now visible after having been absent all day. He acknowledges that she reaches the lake much sooner. While gazing intently at the lake, she then pivots towards him, beckoning him to hurry and witness something amusing. He scrutinizes her intently, recognizing her disquieting enthusiasm. He inclines nearer, inquiring about what might be contained within the lake. She is unaware, yet it seems quite enjoyable. He inquires whether she is able to utilize her skills beneath the surface. She has yet to experiment with her capabilities in an aquatic environment, but enthusiastically expresses her desire to attempt it now. Luke labels his sister courageous and inquires of Roy if the detection apparatus is capable of operating beneath the surface of the water. He observes that May's psychic powers fail to sense what lies beneath the surface of the water. Thus, he questions whether the device can detect anything. Roy verifies that brief submersion should not impair the devices, yet their protective equipment is not water resistant. Roy is aware of the hazards, but if he issues a command, he will certainly comply. Luke offers to descend first, instructing the others to remain above. In spite of the demonstrations, he calmly asserts that someone must undertake the perilous tasks. As the other locations have been examined, Chen designates the lake as the ultimate dubious site. Luke reassures her that he will investigate it personally, and the captain cautions him about the peril of descending. She subsequently commands the prompt mobilization of the Specialized Operations Unit and instructs them to deplete the lake for examination. Beneath, the colossal crimson moon looms. As heavy equipment engages, while water tumultuously empties from the lake. Luke views the spectacle and considers it remarkable. Chen cautions that addressing mind corruption issues is highly perilous and may provoke a substantial catastrophe if not managed properly. Once the lake has been entirely emptied, Chen instructs, assist units in relocating, and instructs the inquiry team to remain vigilant. The squad recognizes the directive and arranges their gear. The commander clarifies that subsequent to expelling the water, the inquiry will proceed with utmost vigilance. Although, observing them, Luke contemplates that the substantial compensation ultimately becomes clear, considering the considerable danger involved. Chen commends his work ethic and notes that she will recommend him for an additional bonus, for which he expresses his appreciation. The eradication squads descend into the desiccated lake bed. Alongside Luke, May unexpectedly arrives with disquieting enthusiasm. She abruptly attains awareness and gestures toward the nearby puddle of blood. An alert ring responds fiercely, indicating a intense aberration. They abruptly perceive voices accusing Ralph of their demise. Shadowy whispers reverberate incessantly, insisting that Ralph forfeit his existence. Chen and Hannah respond in astonishment as the deceit becomes apparent. The crimson moon dominates the heavens as the reproachful voices intensify and proliferate. The region warps perceptually as numerous dark murmurs envelop the group. Unexpectedly, the lifeless fish is lifted from the earth following a detonation. Explosive. Psychic energy bursts forth from the earth, fracturing the landscape in every direction. Luke is forcefully propelled backward by the shockwave with a grunt. A colossal scarlet irregularity ascends into the heavens, throbbing forebodingly like an organism. Core. It assaults the agents with its appendages, ensnaring them. Commands are bellowed to withdraw at once as the scenario deteriorates rapidly. From beyond a secured boundary, troops observe in astonishment as comrades are cast aside. Luke stabilizes himself on one knee, squinting as understanding washes over him. A monstrous ethereal being descends menacingly toward Luke from above. He understands too late that evasion is futile as the assault approaches. With this, May grants her strength to her sibling, grasping to his rear. They quickly evade the appendage. The young woman proclaims that she arrived to assist her sibling, reinforcing her grip. He expresses his gratitude to her while recognizing that the present circumstances are critical for the elimination squad. Hana proclaims that it is a mental onslaught, and there is a surge of psionic abilities. Chen commands all inquiry units to withdraw at once. However, it appears that it is too late, as the creature is now fully pursuing them. One agent yells for the others to evade as the being kong-kongs him. Luke and May dash across the terrain, evading the assault. They conceal oneself behind a rock formation, gazing at the colossal oddity that commands the horizon. Hana verifies that the objective is a highly advanced psychic being, exceeding all anticipations, and recommends withdrawal. Chen consents and proclaims that she will hasten to the location and instructs Luke to withdraw. Nevertheless, he declines, much to Chen's bewilderment. He clarifies that multiple researchers are not infected, merely being manipulated, and resolves to rescue them. Hana and Chen dissent from his choice, expressing to him that it is excessively perilous. May, conversely, demonstrates assistance and offers to accompany him, for which he is grateful. With this, the siblings propel themselves ahead. The agents are reaching their threshold as they persistently attack Luke, their actions manipulated by the anomaly. The siblings evade the assault rapidly and sprint through the hail of gunfire. They soar through the heavens and aim for the being manipulating an agent. Luke yanks the creature away from the man's form, and performs this for the others too, with astonishing swiftness. In the observation chamber, Hana and her companions watch as Luke battles the contaminants, concerned for his well-being as he advances toward the supernatural foe. He appears to be as perilous as the irregularity. Perceiving an unusual presence, she summons Chen and illustrates that the monitoring team has retreated swiftly after being liberated, an indication that they truly have not been contaminated. She commands Luke once more to withdraw along with the staff. Yet to her exasperation, he continually positions himself close to the irregularity. The siblings gaze at the creature, emerging gradually from underneath the surface. The creature's mental essence transforms into an enormous crimson tree, releasing additional creatures from its limbs. Luke grins and discovers it exhilarating. They surge ahead and seize the creature's cranium. In their wake, numerous squads in protective gear are inundated by the expanding mental anomalies as the irregularities converge. The siblings assault the creatures, and quickly evading their attack as well. Luke understands he will be inundated initially, unless May seizes the shadows prior to their encirclement. He examines the shadows intently, and perceives that their approach to assault seems oddly reminiscent. He transfers the situation to her for the time being. Accounts depict enigmatic entities possessing tentacles and human-like characteristics materializing at the location. Researchers determine that the remains of the victims were obliterated as their souls merged with the entities. Chen and Hana ponder what Luke is currently engaged in at the location, as he appears to be employing his own technique to tidy up the area. It is verified that the objective is above a level 1 corruption origin, yet it is not expected to have attained level 2 at this point. Data examination reveals a diminished self-awareness and a developmental approach centered on capturing and merging essences. The malfeasance is linked to individuals pursuing retribution against Ralph, with Wong recognized as the primary catalyst. The group contemplates utilizing Wong's remains to directly address the corruption. In the meantime, the siblings surge ahead, quickly evading the creature's assault. They are assured of their ability to remain uncaptured. May proclaims that the adversary will be the one to perish instead. A colossal crimson shadow tree radiates with vitality as they position themselves beneath it. May enthusiastically extends her hand towards the tainted edifice, illustrating her longing to consume it. Luke attempts to prevent her, cautions her against ingesting unfamiliar substances. She joyfully consumes a portion of the corruption, deeming it delectable. The crimson silhouette framework starts to disintegrate and fragment. She breaks away from the darkness as it aggressively collapses. The taint detonates, sending shockwaves throughout the vicinity. She is cast aside as the silhouette ultimately dissolves. Luke surveys his surroundings in bewilderment, uncertain of what has just transpired. May comments that the being became frightened and escaped. Luke understands that even beings corrupted by the mind are capable of experiencing fear. Chen commands all units to promptly initiate the cleanup, and Luke to be on guard. He and the agents accept the directive composedly. An hour later, the setting transitions to a safeguarded excavation location, and the detectives uncover a cadaver interred in the lake's basin. Chen inquires whether it is Wang's physique, yet Luke affirms that it belongs to Ralph. They subsequently all pivot towards Ralph and elevate their arms at him. Perplexed, the individual inquires why they are aiming their weapons at him. Tension escalates as Luke faces him. Insisting on uncovering his true identity, Hannah proposes revealing the reality and noting his response. Luke contemplates that if Ralph has perished, another individual must have assumed his role. The man responds in astonishment upon encountering the term cadaver. Luke asserts that the origin of the corruption discovered previously was his own body, inquiring once more about his identity. Ralph starts to interrogate his own sense of self, appearing incapable of embracing the disclosure. All individuals congregated nearby and might have grasped her sibling's hand, unsteady as she observes that Ralph resembles the produce of the tree. He certainly resembles the shadowy figures that Luke was battling previously. Even more perplexed than they are, the corporate leader begins to gasp and flees in terror, perceiving everyone as imposters, intent on causing him harm. As the firearms are elevated and targeted towards him, it becomes evident that the swiftness of his actions is far from ordinary. Informed that the objective was on the verge of fleeing up the walls, Chen instructs her personnel to apprehend him without delay. They commence. Gunfire erupts, and multiple rounds find their target. Ralph falls to the earth, and for a brief period, it appears as though he is on the verge of rising again. Nevertheless, he simply collapses, feeble and devoid of life, punctured with openings. To the astonishment of all, his visage and physique transform into that of a recognizable individual. It is Wang Tui, the initial casualty that the inquiry focused on. The eradication team manages the scene as Luke observes from a distance. He gazed upward as a helicopter neared, and shortly spotted Chen emerging from the vehicle. Nevertheless, based on the outcomes, matters will be tidied up, and he will receive a recommendation for a reward. An exclusive squad will examine and assess the situation. It is not unusual for events to transpire in the middle, but they will comprehend with sufficient time. That being noted, there are hardly any hints regarding this case. The commander. expresses how they perceived the fish conversing earlier. The echoes of their voices, proclaiming that Ralph had taken their lives, continued to resonate in Luke's thoughts. Yet, Chen did not perceive anything, leading her to believe he may have imagined it. Nevertheless, she contemplates which of the two Ralphs they were discussing. They set off with a considerable amount of tasks ahead. At the guard station of the secondary satellite municipality, the newcomer is instructed to take a break. He discovers himself at the center of an expansive conference hall, entirely solitary except for May, who is relishing the assortment of confections provided to him. The confectionery exhilarates her, and she beams as she conveys her joy. Regrettably, they must pause and behave ordinarily as Chen comes back from yet another assignment. She observes the unwrapped packages and surmises that he may relish desserts following the use of his abilities. No signs of contamination were found, indicating that the situation was effectively managed. There remain numerous inquiries, but there should not be any additional casualties at this time. Although finding it hard to comprehend how contrasting his behavior is during combat, she conveys that the investigation into the corruption will be managed by another group. Nevertheless, he finalized the entire case, despite omitting crucial stages, and it prompts her to wonder whether he is concealing any skills from her. From their preliminary evaluation, they ought to possess an understanding of Luke's abilities. Pest control experts are typically less powerful than the contaminants, necessitating additional vigilance. Nevertheless, he bypassed that and directly removed cases 036 and 041. He feels uncertain about disclosing this, yet concedes that it was his sister who managed both of the objectives. She is also the individual who consumed the confections on the table. Inquired about the location of the young one, he gestures ahead and states that May is directly in front of her, grinning. Chen perceives nothing and senses that she is being manipulated. Setting it aside for the moment, she wonders why he rushed in and defied her commands. He claims he observed that the other officers could still be rescued, noting that he could distinctly perceive who was under manipulation and who was not. The commander inquires whether he is truly capable of perceiving the contorted mental realm, and he is astonished that they genuinely were unable to. For the time being, she praises and releases him for the day. Yet there remains a matter he wishes to address. She misinterprets and reassures him that he isn't the initial mutant with peculiar powers. However, he is more focused on the incentives and perks associated with the task. Informed that it will shortly be deposited into his bank account, he hastily departs to return home. During the journey, May observes that numerous individuals gazed at him with malicious intentions, and how even Chen was attempting to question him for additional insights. He advises her against expressing herself in such a manner regarding his superiors. The greater the diversity of an individual's skills, the elevated the likelihood of descending into madness. Urgent. By pressing a button, the captain initiates a holographic meeting with fellow executives. An elderly gentleman proposes that Luke possesses cognitive vigor surpassing 300. Yet another is primarily concerned with the legal implications of hiring an individual so perilous. Nevertheless, his remarkable performance, he evidently isn't psychologically stable. Should he lose control, the threat he represents to the city is unimaginable. When inquired about his intentions regarding the situation, he proposes that the newcomer be kept under continuous observation. Chen dissents, reminiscing about how he single-handedly averted a disaster in the past. The individual at the forefront of the table addresses the gathering, recognizing both factions. All are on high alert at Bajie's remarks. He then states that he has arrived with a significant document that everyone ought to peruse. 3. Several days later, Luke returns to the office and answers a call from the police department. Feeling unsettled by the peculiar atmosphere, he responds and hears Hannah stating that she possesses the findings of the analysis. Notifying the chief administrator of the outcomes is a customary practice within the organization. Grateful for her diligent efforts, she commences the documentation on case 041. Although the location is expected to be secure, they nonetheless restricted access as a preventative step. The officers he rescued are on holiday and wish to express their appreciation to him. Ultimately, he will be awarded a sum of 36,000 yuan in incentives and will undergo a comprehensive evaluation. He is bewildered, having never encountered such an evaluation, so she explains that it is designed to gauge his skills. Ultimately, this is also customary protocol prior to employing permanent staff. The notion of consistency in his job brings a grin to his face and dispels any uncertainty. Luke inquires about what initiated the whole event. The remains of Ralph, which was excavated from the depths of the lake, corresponds with Wang's, although the genetic material of the shapeshifter corresponds with fur discovered in Wang's residence. There are 4 individuals within the organization linked to him, but communication ceased years prior. They confess that Ralph had slain the other, and shortly experienced a heightened craving for food. Still perplexed, Luke ponders whether this clarifies anything. It is uncertain, since certain mutants possess the ability to modify memories. He considers it ludicrous. Wang may be unaware of his true identity and believes he is Ralph. In the meantime, the aquatic creature is a duplicate. There are several significant allusions which, consequently, would clarify the peculiar instances of unknown individuals seemingly aiming at the company leader. The contamination from the lake could have transformed Wang into Ralph, yet it was still in its initial phases. With sufficient time, it might have achieved success. Luke's intellect functions as he endeavors to comprehend the entire scenario. However, Hannah guarantees that there is no cause for concern, as they will ensure everything remains under control regardless. The conversation concludes, and his mind is solely occupied with the substantial reward from a single operation, in addition to officially transitioning into an employee shortly. A few hours afterward, May welcomes her brother, who has just returned from his job, but a knife abruptly hurtles toward him. Acting swiftly, she leaps in to seize it by the edge before it strikes her sibling. He shouted, inquiring about who was present. A strange voice laughs softly, affirming that they truly belong to the same category. Surveying his surroundings, he observes another individual strolling along the facades of adjacent structures. It was a striking and ostentatious young man who claims he is merely evaluating the newcomer's skills. He grins and reaches out his hand, presenting himself as Gecko, a member of the eradication unit. Declining to grasp his hand immediately, Luke inquires whether he comprehends the peril associated with his vintage item. Nevertheless, the outsider claims it's hardly perilous for spider types such as themselves. As May proposes to assume control of the entire scenario, he notices that both his mother and father were observing from their window above. They were gazing eagerly and itching to begin, much like his sibling. He grins, as it has been quite a while since they felt such unity. To elucidate, Luke informs Gecko that he is the one at risk and instructs him to accompany him. The guest remains bewildered, remarking that other colleagues acknowledged one another with greater fervor. However, their excessively affable demeanor tends to intimidate the newcomer. Transitioning to the next point, he inquires why the commander dispatched him all the way to that location. To fulfill his evaluation, 6 oddities have assembled in the vicinity. He provides no additional clarification and remarks that he will comprehend the reason shortly. Observing May, Luke advises her to cease waving her hands around the man's neck and informs Gecko that his sibling almost decapitated him, but there is no cause for concern. Whispers circulate regarding his perilous nature, and he has now grasped the reason. At that moment, the pest control operative's bracelet chimed with a notification for his evaluation, set to begin in 15 minutes. Luke is unsettled by the abruptness of the announcement. Yet, he is devoid of options, since his assessors possess dreadful dispositions. With great enthusiasm, Gecko challenges him to see who can reach the location first and climbs a wall. His behavior leads May to ponder whether they will need to reconcile. Nevertheless, her sibling has alternative arrangements, which involve casually riding the subway. Luckily, the final halt brings him straight to the goal. He arrives at the structure as intended, and observes his alleged guide hastily scurrying along the walls. Gasping, he mentions that he didn't misplace him and merely returned to search for him, who unexpectedly boarded the subway. Persistent, he proposes scaling the structure and is criticized for his absurdly immature conduct. Within the facility are Chen and a group of researchers who will be aiding in his evaluation. Luke inquires about the whereabouts of the aforementioned 6 oddities. Yet, the captain is completely unaware of what he could be discussing. The elderly researchers chuckle, suggesting he must be alluding to their small circle. While Gecko remains unaware, the pair are officially introduced to one another, and the novice is informed that the doc can serve as a benchmark because of his comparable skills. The quirky pest control specialist warmly welcomes the professionals, yet he is condescendingly brushed aside by those he referred to as oddities. Tong, the administrator, guides the path to the primary assessment location. Initially, they will evaluate his mental abilities, which will dictate the manner in which they can mentor him. It will assist him in enhancing his skills and maintaining self-regulation against contamination. Gecko interjects, remarking on how their experiments consistently produce absurd outcomes. On one occasion, he was informed that he had the ability to become liquid, which is fundamentally unfeasible. They advance with the firing evaluation, where various firearms and objectives are arranged. Since he lacks any formal training at this point, Chen begins with a brief illustration. She chambers a firearm, disengages the safety, and targets precisely at the objective, several meters distant. Only a single marginally decent attempt made, she halts the instruction and delivers the firearm to him with no additional clarifications. Luke finds it hard to fathom and contends that he received no training whatsoever, but is informed that all he requires to understand is loading, disengaging the safety, and targeting. With little alternative, he inhales deeply and elevates the firearm. They all observed as he squeezed the trigger and received an unsatisfactory outcome of 3 out of 10 points. Reactions of astonishment ensue at the astonishingly poor results. Yet. Gecko reassures the novice, stating that he still needs to acclimate to the firearm. Luke reclaims the firearm, this time with May perched on his shoulders, directing his movements. With pristine vision, he squeezes the trigger. Mouthed expressions of astonishment emerge again as he strikes the bullseye perfectly, and continues to dismantle the weapon in mere moments. After all, dismantling it brings greater delight to the young girl. He mentions that he is not particularly fond of firearms and would prefer to explore alternative options. However, Gecko maintains that arachnid species akin to them are insignificant without such armaments. Luckily, Tong enters, already content with the outcomes of this examination. Consequently, they relocate and undergo alternative assessments, such as evading projectiles, dashing, and even maneuvering into narrow openings. The cognitive skills assessment requires the evaluator to instruct him to utilize his capability to retrieve the apple. By this stage, May was becoming weary of being regarded as merely a staff member. As her sibling was in no peril, she chooses to enjoy herself and begins to inch towards the elderly researcher. Enjoying herself independently, May inadvertently treads on the assessor's head, uncovering a prominent bald patch. As I concluded a psychological assessment, researchers gather with Chen to discuss the findings. They assign Luke to a class, yet his capabilities extend far beyond that. At that moment, the final evaluator stepped into the chamber, proclaiming the conclusion of the procedure, and stating that there is a significant issue with the psychological assessment. The young man is exceedingly conventional, even more so than she is. They permit the details to settle in for a brief period. She inquired about his existence, beginning from his days at the orphanage, yet he was accommodating, even discussing his family logically, and the potential for a genuine one. Ordinary individuals have become scarce following the Red Moon event. Nevertheless, she is convinced that he is benevolent and has been shaped by the previous head of the orphanage. Since his arachnid abilities are derived from May, it is implied that his progenitors could provide alternate talents. The individual from the psychological assessment subsequently recounts how his hairpiece shifted autonomously, even removing it to demonstrate how tightly it conforms to his head. With that in mind, it's unfortunate news if he turns out to be connected to the orphanage's detonation. A couple of days prior, Baji disclosed a confidential document regarding the event from a decade ago. Numerous aspects seem incongruent, potentially stemming from an individual mismanaging their abilities. Luke bears a similar threat, yet considering his level of calmness, the director supports his hiring. Other cities enclosed by the walls already possess S-level mutants, and there exists a possibility of them being utilized as armed forces. They already possess an understanding of the novice's current capabilities and potential. With this, they collectively concur to enlist and assist Luke to the fullest extent of their capabilities. In a different chamber, the pair of mutants were growing weary of the extended delay. Gecko inquires about how and when the newcomer realized his talents, but opts to share his personal experiences initially. It was the winter season, and he was meandering along the avenue when he observed a woman toiling in the frigid night. The truth was somewhat distinct, yet he portrays himself as a benevolent Samaritan who was occupied assisting her when a group of guards unexpectedly arrived at their doorstep. He concealed himself in haste, and it wasn't until they transported the cabinet he occupied back to the office that he became aware that he was situated within a footwear storage unit measuring 30 centimeters in height. As the novice will eventually uncover all their concealed truths, he provides him an advantage and divulges some incriminating information about a few of their colleagues. As he begins to discuss the hue of the captain's intimate apparel, May interjects, stating it's rose-colored. Luke reiterates her statement, catching Gecko off guard, who seizes the opportunity to inquire for additional particulars. Regrettably for him, Chen entered the chamber at that instant and inquired about their discussion. Luke's outcomes will be revealed in a matter of days, and he will be discovering his own capabilities during the interim. Given their commonalities, Gecko will be responsible for guiding him through the intricacies. There is an assignment for this evening, and his objective is to assist and acclimate himself. Regarding his alias, he has been given his private paperwork and recognizes that he will be referred to as the Solitary Warrior. For a larger concern, Chen approaches Gecko and cautions him to refrain from discussing her when she is not present. She even rectifies Luke's assertion, stating that she is clad in black. Yet. May candidly asserts that the captain is being deceitful. Subsequently, upon their arrival at the location of the contamination, the newcomer is equipped with an earpiece and instructed to observe and absorb knowledge through experience. His superior is unable to suppress a sense of exhilaration regarding the circumstances. They detect an unfamiliar voice emanating from the earpiece, stating that the disposal and assessment teams are on standby. Linda assessed from the Foundation and verified the transmission. Gecko raccoons. Thrilled to hear her voice once more after several days, she reprimands him for addressing her so informally, yet he contends that his approach suits the exquisite quality of her voice. They reach a settlement, although it is one that the young man is not pleased with. The analyst then continues to present the data they possess. Gecko underscores the significance of the insights from their team. Ultimately, it would be tedious if they weren't present to converse with them. Each officer is matched with an analyst, primarily to enhance their collaboration. The reference prompts Luke to contemplate whether the courteous analyst Hannah will be matched with him. The elder confidently declares that the arrangement designates flirting as their primary objective. Thus, he inquires of Linda once more whether she is unattached, a query she overlooked previously. She contends that she acted this way due to her obligation to care for her infant. However, he is aware that the likelihood of her group permitting her to bring a baby there is slim. Upon listening to her mention that she could have been responsible for someone significantly older, he becomes enthusiastic and swiftly jumps into action, even instructing the newcomer to accompany him. May insists on receiving sweets prior to anything else, and breezes, as her sibling regards her as a child who might develop tooth decay. The circumstance is almost settled when he compliments her with accolades. Nevertheless, she cheerfully asserts her desire for treats regardless of the circumstances. Thus, he has no alternative but to offer her a chocolate bar. Following. Gnawing on the delicacy, she ultimately leaps onto her sibling's back, prepared to return to her tasks. Arriving tardily to join his companion on the rooftop, he has been requested to investigate and determine if he can identify the origin of the contamination. Employing his augmented vision, Luke gazes intently into the distant warehouse. Within, a multitude of individuals toiled tirelessly like automatons. The activity seemed unceasing, and they all persistently carried on, oblivious to their wounds. To his astonishment, his eyes lock onto a worker who abruptly shifts to return his gaze. Among the mindless laborers was the contaminant, who was an individual vociferously reprimanding everyone present. Luke is intrigued about what he could be expressing, and is informed that he ought to be capable of listening if he focuses sufficiently. In order to assist, May interjects and improves his auditory perception as well. With her support, the intended individual's voice begins to emerge, and they perceive him compelling all individuals to labor as remnants of the tremendous catastrophe, including stating that it distinguishes them from the madmen wandering the wilderness. They are permitted to reside in the central city solely through diligent effort. His visage was flushed and marked with veins as he bellowed at the individuals, and Luke grapples with the notion that he is the contaminant. Gecko learned that he possesses the capability to perceive supernatural creatures, yet this occasion he is only able to perceive the individual positioned there. While he has yet to attain the most dire stage. aberrations akin to him are even more frightening. The overseer of the tailoring establishment is a man in his middle years, yet the factory is on the brink of financial collapse due to poor administration. A decade ago, an individual uncovered and communicated a variation taking place on location. All the laborers were slightly infected and assaulted anyone who attempted to hinder them from performing their duties. They will probably exhaust themselves relentlessly until they pass away in this manner. Consequently, the council has mandated a thorough cleansing. Luke is uncertain how, given that there are over 100 individuals present. Cleansing doesn't inherently involve destruction, and a portion of the personnel can still be rescued. Gecko seeks Linda's counsel, prompting her to suggest they utilize potent sedatives that can be administered from a distance. He is concerned that the adversary's mental strength is sufficient to intercept it promptly. However, this is the reason the analyst will divert his attention with an assault on the eastern side of the plant. He will only possess a fleeting moment and a single opportunity to take his aim. Armed with a well-crafted strategy, Gecko undertakes a significant case and unveils his treasured weapons. As he prepares to shoot, they tally down, moment by moment, until Linda ultimately provides the indication to commence. Precisely at her signal, the flank of the structure detonates unexpectedly. The seasoned officer remains unwavering and springs into action, continuing to target and discharge despite his vigorous motions. As intended, the objective was distracted by the detonation and remains unaware of the projectile until it strikes his back. The needle embedded itself profoundly, and the endeavor is accomplished just in that manner. Before long, they had subdued the primary contaminant and rendered it unconscious. Yet Luke found it peculiar that the workers persisted in their tasks despite the absence of their supervisor. Meanwhile, Gecko was merely reveling in his outstanding achievement, perhaps. Grin as she instructed her sibling to observe the direction in which she was gesturing. To his astonishment, beneath the table lurked another peculiar entity. A girl with hollowed eyes gazed intently at Luke, consistently and menacingly, inquiring as to why they were not all engaged in their tasks. Gecko indicates the existence of the peculiar young girl. Drawing from the information, the objective had a daughter who passed away the previous year. Evidently, she was ensnared and abandoned in a device while her father was occupied with his tasks. Her glistening eyes fixated on the pair once more, inquiring why they were not engaged in their tasks. Stillness enveloped the scene. Occurs to the whole manufacturing plant. And Gecko becomes aware that they are confronting a level 2 contaminant. It is an individual element of the primary structure, featuring a level of relation and autonomy. The employer must have harnessed his cognitive abilities to reconstruct his offspring. If they are able to perceive her, then her vitality must be remarkably elevated. The young woman cautions the staff that they will face consequences if they cease their tasks. Taking a chance for the moment, Gecko hurls a dagger in her direction. However, it traverses directly through the contaminant's form and becomes embedded in the containers beneath. She appears to lack a corporeal form. To exacerbate the situation, she begins to produce a shrill noise, inquiring why they are ineffective. The afflicted respond to her summons and converge around the pair of young individuals. One brandishes a massive axe, compelling them to evade, and request Linda for a remedy to the regrettable predicament. Since such adversaries pose a challenge for Spider Class, she instructs them to withdraw without delay, as she petitions the council for a royal class akin to Dolly. Regrettably, that would probably result in the demise of the laborers. Luke catches them off guard by attempting to manage matters independently, prompting Gecko to be instructed to intervene immediately. He and Linda transition to a secure channel, where he learns about the newcomer's potential to become unhinged if provoked excessively. Battling a contaminant in a juvenile guise could prove to be overly distressing. May soars about, joyfully transporting her sibling across the war zone. She proposes removing the primary adversary immediately, but this isn't precisely an action he desires to take. Evading and tossing the laborers aside, he remarks that the girl appears wretched, and although he is aware of her artificiality, she still seems far too lifelike. The novice has succeeded in obstructing the path to the objective. He now advances and, adopting a serious demeanor, instructs her to cease her antics immediately. Linda inquires of Gecko whether he has completed the task he was instructed to undertake. However, he contends that it is unnecessary to halt the solitary warrior at this point. Even though he refrained from aggression, what strategy does he intend to employ to address the contaminant? It appears he is attempting to engage in some form of dialogue. Gazing intently, Luke pondered whether May was a Tier 2 contaminant, akin to the young woman before him. The foe assaults, once more shouting and instructing them to return to their tasks. This incites the infected, prompting them to surge through the obstacle with tremendous power. He clasped his hands over his ears, intensely tempted to remove her from existence at that very moment. As he attempts to proceed, he is interrupted by a profound and resounding exhalation from the vicinity. An acquaintance of the woman came near, stating that the two of them are indeed ill-matched for such situations. The siblings were taken aback. Mother was present, inquiring how her offspring might even comprehend the care of a young one. Observing the young woman shouted incessantly about her job, yet she wore a grin, and remarked that an individual of her age ought to be more focused on education. She further contends that her father must have been incredibly negligent and avaricious, leading to her current situation. He likely believed that he toiled diligently for the benefit of his child, naively believing that she would comprehend and endorse his actions. The young one cries out once more, yet the phrases become lodged in her throat at the sound of Mama's voice. Her sheer presence was overpowering the child's taint. Frightened, she became immobilized in her place, incapable to shift as the woman seized her plaything, instructing her to heedfully comply. Beaming, she brandishes her sinister scissors and places the razor-sharp edges around the toy's neck. A jarring feeling strikes the child's essence as she severs it. Alongside the plaything, her profound bond with reality was severed. And she shrieked like the defenseless youngster she is, shattered merely, similar to her dominance over the infected employees. They were ultimately liberated, and Gecko could merely watch in bewilderment. The level 2 contaminant was cleansed, with no understanding of the cause or manner in which it occurred. Unable to clarify the circumstances, the duo reverts to the primary radio frequency. As the brothers and sisters bid farewell to their mother, Luke affirms that he has eradicated the level 2 contaminant. Commending the solitary warrior, Linda requests the assistance team to proceed to the location. They execute as instructed in the purification, encompassing both the contaminant and the afflicted. Thankfully, the individuals affected are in a condition where they can still recuperate with assistance. They've accomplished a remarkable achievement with this endeavor. Gecko then confronts the newcomer and inquires what measures he took to cleanse the young girl, for all he witnessed was him seizing the young girl's plaything. Luke clarifies that he employed the physical plaything to determine if he could intimidate the intended recipient. He asserts that she essentially went back to the host after becoming scared. The novice derisively inquires whether that isn't something within their capabilities, and Gecko merely acknowledges with a hint of bashfulness. Linda interjects, stating that their analysis indicates his behaviors provoked an issue more profound than mere apprehension. As she inquires whether he had engaged in any other activity moments ago, Luke understands that deceiving them into having faith in him won't be so simple. He provides an extensive and thorough account of his belief regarding the effectiveness of his solution. Persuaded and deeply impressed, Linda states that the assistance team will handle the remaining matters. Gecko prevents her from departing for the time being, almost pleading with her to assist him in composing the mission report. But the two men lapse into silence as the analyst mentions that she must attend to her child. Progressing further, the elder attempts to impart a lesson to the novice regarding the importance of self-discipline. There exists the sole method to manage his impulses is by enjoying himself. Luke discovers himself in a nightclub during the late hours. Luke was struggling to embrace the teaching, which was to take action, unhinged, while he remains aware, to prevent himself from losing his sanity. He observed as his superior consumed another tumbler of spirits. With a decisive and sudden hold, he inquires whether the main office would be responsible for the expenses of the trip, but is merely confronted with Gecko's dubious expression. He bursts out, outraged at the notion of being compelled to pay. Rather, he proceeds to the security checkpoint training facility he was instructed to practice there, and is currently on a call solely with Hannah, who will be assisting him. To begin with, all information regarding them must remain private from the general public. In the meantime, all he could contemplate was the desire to gaze upon her visage on the display. Cognitive contamination was launched 27 years prior by the Crimson Moon Lab. Investigations into contaminants have been underway for fewer than 3 decades, and they are facing challenges in drawing definitive conclusions, particularly with the emergence of unique instances lately. Their aim is to resolve issues as they progress, regardless of the challenges encountered. With his consent, they proceed to the initial principal lesson, which focuses on mental contamination and psychic abilities. Following their conversation, Luke remembers his indistinct recollection of the events that transpired in the orphanage. Upon returning to their flat, he catches sight of Baba, rebuking May and instructing her to descend from the ceiling. She laughs and teasingly challenges him to apprehend her if he is able. It's astonishing to witness her respond defiantly, as she consistently tended to conceal herself in the past. Their father was enraged, claiming she had become conceited after consuming something unusual from elsewhere. Approaching him, the girl vows to shred him into fragments once she matures. Rather than retaliating, Baba quakes and inquires of Luke why he even returns to that place. He serenely lifts a few plates and a bottle of ale, asking their family to simply dine in tranquility for a single evening. What he fails to perceive is Mama, conversing with an individual who will be their forthcoming neighbor. Setting the phone aside, she greets her children and mentions that she was just conversing with her companion. He has never encountered any of her acquaintances and mentions the incident that occurred in the factory. She playfully remarks that she merely happened to stroll by and observe them floundering like idiots, inquired whether the diminutive girl pollutant genuinely exists. She asserts that she was undoubtedly a fabrication, merely a fragment of a different aberration. Consequently, he subsequently inquires whether any of them are genuine. The chamber grows still at his remarks, yet Mama remains unfazed, asserting that he is the one who has the authority to determine that. As he is consumed by his thoughts, she informs him that a correspondence from the orphanage has arrived for him, and mischievously winks, while asserting she hadn't gazed. Luke contemplates the reason behind Lucy's decision to dispatch him a letter. Conversely, in response to her remarks, his mother discloses that the young woman is encouraging him to partake in dumplings. The following day, the youth was making his way to the children's home with parcels of bread and milk. Behind him, an unfamiliar figure observed with a malevolent grin upon his lips. Luke gazes through the orphanage's panes, pondering the whereabouts of Lucy, placing a hefty bundle of money into the mailbox. He cunningly selects a bouquet of blossoms to set atop. Yet, an individual abruptly calls out to him. He halts and pivots in the direction of the sound. Lucy inquires whether she is exploiting the situation, since she is unable to pursue him while he is in a wheelchair. She merely reached out to him for a meal, yet he is providing funds once more, having done so only a few days prior. Concerned that he may have engaged in dubious activities, she inquires whether he has sold his kidneys for cash. Assuring that he continues to possess both, he states that he recently discovered an excellent part-time position. Nevertheless, she realizes that something offering such a high reward must indeed be extremely perilous. Even though he guarantees her that he isn't engaging in any perilous activities, she cautions him to refrain from engaging in wrongdoing, just as the former director instructed. She conveys that circumstances have been favorable for them, thus he is not required to provide financial support continually. This leads him to speculate whether the organization exerted influence to assist the orphanage. Observing her legs, he experiences sorrow, knowing that she has relied on a wheelchair throughout her existence, and plans to take action regarding it. The youngsters observe them from within and murmur softly, but soon lapse into silence, as the instructor casts them a piercing look. Lucy retrieves the money from the postbox and returns it, expressing that she will be truthful if she requires assistance, and advising him to ensure he stays nourished. He subsequently raises the subject of the occurrence at the children's home. Nonetheless, she would prefer to forget such distressing and sorrowful moments. Thus, she cheerfully beckons him to enjoy dumplings, as they had arranged. It was a wonderful day, particularly reassured by the fact that they are faring well. While heading home, Luke encounters the peculiar individual who had been observing him earlier. Lucy's. A sincere grin enveloped his thoughts with happiness, yet it did not prevent him from perceiving the unusual figure quietly drawing near. Pivoting his head, he rummages through his pockets while observing the individual, who can only muster a bashful expression. The officer promptly extracts his firearm and points it directly at him, not even pausing briefly to take aim while inquiring about his actions. Struck in the arm, the individual declares he must be insane, and begins to sprint as swiftly as possible. Luke considered it abhorrent and pursued him immediately, allowing it to pour incessantly while they traversed the slender passageways. Ultimately, they arrived at a profound precipice, a barrier that the man leaps over with certainty. Effortlessly arriving on the opposite side, he is convinced that his chaser cannot pursue him further. Thus, he is instinctively astonished when the youth leaps over the precipice. Luke remained as composed as always as he descended, quietly reaching out to his sister. May seemed to grasp his extended hand, perpetually prepared to assist him as vowed. She hoists him vertical, just as he is on the verge of plummeting to the ground, and they spring high into the heavens to persist in the pursuit. Astonished, the man sprinted once more. Yet the siblings had nearly closed the distance and were steadily advancing. There were merely a few meters remaining when the objective abruptly leaped towards the wall, apparently attempting to ascend and depart. Reluctant to permit his departure, Luke flings the firearm to his sibling and instructs her to eliminate the adversary. Grasping. As the firearm whirled through the air, May targeted and fired multiple shots in a heartbeat. She strikes the target's neck with several rounds, and Luke is astonished by how the feeble handgun rends the neck asunder. The young woman leaped down as the head tumbled to the earth, yet, rather than descending alongside it, the man's physique continued to swiftly ascend to the summit. They must accelerate their progress, prompting them to begin ascending too, yet the unforeseen instant provides the objective ample room to escape. When the pair finally arrived at the summit, he had already crossed over to the opposite side, mounting a motorcycle that was readily poised for his getaway. A surveillance team emerged on the barrier, reacting to the unusual developments. Thus, Luke displays his identification and states that he must place a call immediately. Chen arrives with reinforcements via a helicopter shortly thereafter, and they promptly seek out the severed head. Inquired about how he observed the peculiar conduct initially, he candidly states that he fired at the man after he inexplicably began advancing towards him on the street. She is unable to fathom that he fired at someone merely for glancing. He reveals that there were filamentous entities emanating from his form. What? Furthermore, he is convinced that they were pursuing him with lethal intent. Throughout the pursuit, he utilized the identical beings to attach to additional objects. Upon arriving at the barrier, he resolved to eliminate him before he had the chance to flee. Not due to his eccentricity, but rather because he was close to the children's home. As she quietly observes his mercilessness concerning the orphanage, he reveals that the unfamiliar individual had a getaway vehicle stationed directly beyond the barrier. It is likely an external individual with talents who is generating issues. At that moment, the assistance team delivers the detached head within a glass vessel. Gazing at it, Luke felt an odd unease as he observed how the adversary sprinted without it. She emphasizes that his response is overly delayed, then proceeds to... She removes her spectacles and instructs the leader to blink. Her gaze shone, and the objective adhered to her directive. Utilizing her abilities to communicate, she commands it to reveal his identity. It oscillated indistinctly for a few moments, but her influence's hold diminishes and dissipates swiftly. Anticipating this, she instructs the others to slice it open. They unfasten the glass receptacle and disclose a set of instruments essential for the operation. Apparently. Possessing all necessary tools, they utilize the apparatus to cut, unveiling a mind that is entirely dissimilar to that of an ordinary individual. The individual. It must possess a mesmerizing influence akin to Chen, but with a more pronounced effect. This is the first time Luke has encountered the peculiar talent. There are 9 recognized categories, and one of the educators believes that he does not belong to the spider classification. He proposes that he is part of an entirely different category, which he refers to as joyful kin. She instructs the support team to return the topic to the laboratory for additional examination. Following. The calamity caused by the Church of Science must not be replicated. Luke ponders whether she is aware of the individual responsible for the occurrence. Beyond the barriers, entities enlist aberrations and employ them in various manners. This causes him to be concerned about them targeting individuals in the orphanage. As there is a considerable likelihood of it occurring, so Chen opts to relocate the entire satellite city to a more secure site, taking particular care to provide the orphanage inhabitants with optimal arrangements. It will be a formal relocation, thus there will still be rental fees, although he cannot help but wish for them to be excused. While navigating, she endeavors to comprehend how all elements are intertwined. They will carry out a citywide inquiry, and all personnel must be prepared for action, including him. Consequently, he discovers himself returning to his regular employment, inquiring, his supervisor for a brief leave in compensation for his younger sister's illness. May is perplexed as she is utilized as a justification. In the meantime, the manager is simply relieved that the troublesome young individual is departing. Luke guarantees him that he will return promptly once his sister is on the mend, but he is advised not to hurry back, and is even granted a few additional days away. 3 days. Subsequently, he is enjoying his meal at the security post without any issues. He was overjoyed, as there was even a provision for his daily sustenance. At that moment, his earpiece buzzed, and he listened to Hana, providing him with the specifics of his latest assignment. While he recognizes the fundamental particulars, she proceeds, disclosing the initiation of the situation with a tenant alerting authorities about a stalker. It was untrue. However, upon deeper examination, all inhabitants of the neighborhood were in a state of unease, even, sensing the presence of watchful gazes emanating from doorways and windows. As a result, one inhabitant ultimately took the life of another. The inquiry group validated traces of contamination, yet something obstructed their assessment. It was profoundly perplexing, as what obstructed them was the analogous sense of trepidation experienced by the inhabitants. A significant portion of the community is restricted from public access. In that area, Hui welcomed him with a grin. He ought to be recuperating following the Ralph episode. However, it was called off owing to the inquiry. There is significant contamination from Structure C, and they are having difficulty accessing and locating the origin. Upon arriving at the 9th, 3rd, and 12th levels, they become so frightened that they experience dizziness and weakness. Luke inquires Hannah about the potential reasons behind that occurrence, attributing it primarily to a significant pollution issue that remains unrecognized. With this, the solitary warrior prepares to advance independently. He arrives at the 6th level, and the moment he exits the lift, he promptly validates the accounts, experiencing a trepidation intense enough to cause him to waver. He's informed that he may also withdraw if the feelings become overwhelming for him to manage. Despite his assurance, the world abruptly whirls and becomes indistinct. Something tiny was drawing near to him from above. The menacing silhouette then leapt forward with a chilling countenance. Yet it was merely May, inquiring why he failed to pause, and feigning ignorance of her presence. She descends into his embrace, and Hana ponders why he abruptly halted. Supporting his sibling and progressing ahead, he states he simply felt relaxed. The apprehension is most intense on the 10th level, prompting him to ascend to the 11th to verify the site. Delving further, he discovers himself directly before the 31st chamber. Luke contemplated what the most effective method to access the door could be. However, May simply leaps from his embrace and employs her ungloved hands to rip the obstacle asunder. Offering his younger sibling an approving thumbs up, he swings the door ajar and is promptly confronted with a foul odor. Within, he observes a lifeless individual on the mattress, accompanied by a focus of unpleasant aura near the window. Perched on the ledge was an unusual silhouette, probable origin of the malevolent atmosphere of apprehension that permeated everyone. May expressed her desire to enjoy herself independently, yet was cautioned against tormenting the unfortunate creature. Curious about his ability to convey thoughts, Luke cautiously drew near and apprised Hana that it is merely a typical source of contamination. The moment he activates the illumination, the contamination begins to diminish, and the entity by the window ledge slowly vanishes. At this moment, they distinctly observe the lifeless body on the ground, encircled by humming insects. He has been deceased for some time, having succumbed while attempting to grasp a container of medication. Hana successfully recognizes the individual, who appears to be quite an ordinary person. The vial holds pharmaceuticals for cardiac arrests, which is the probable reason for demise. For the time being, he must place the corpse in a specialized pouch to prevent any contamination. Following instructions and meticulously managing the situation, he secures everything within, and alerts the assistance team to ascend and provide aid. He remains uncertain about how the contamination assumed such a form. The individual lacked any relatives or companions, subsequently passing away in a profoundly emotional condition. Given that he had no intention of causing harm, the contamination was relatively minimal. Concerning the trepidation, it is probable that he was apprehensive about lacking anyone to cherish him in death. It's a melancholy notion. Thankfully, Luke will not have to encounter such a predicament, with his loved ones beside him. Now that the matter is resolved, he can merely wish that no comparable circumstance occurs again. Ultimately, the individual must have been anticipating to be discovered eventually. The workplace has been implementing additional strategies to alleviate psychological stress. Thus, these instances should decrease. Now, regarding the compensation, Hannah cheerfully announces that she intends to pursue all his financial aids, base salary, and additional earnings for extra hours worked. Stating that it's precisely what he merits, she rejects his proposal to express her gratitude to her in person at a later time, asserting that she is genuinely appreciative of all the efforts he puts forth for the community. Comprehending. Her sibling might propose visiting the city to see her if he desires, yet he timidly contends that she is merely an ordinary colleague to him. She subsequently advises him to cease his fantasies, as urban girls are indulged and would not be attracted to someone of his sort. In the meantime, a vehicle was trailing closely behind him. Within it, Shu recognizes Luke as the individual capable of perceiving ethereal beings. Despite the organization's assessments, it is also highly improbable that he will succumb to a loss of self-control. Since he possesses a private assignment, his aide is instructed to distance the team from it, and is notified that all he has to do is choose a time. Contemplating. He inquires to arrange a meeting tomorrow, expressing concern for someone significant to him who is in a dire condition. At the sentry station, Luke calculated his income and believes he can purchase a residence for the orphanage within a year. Regrettably, he is not anticipating any substantial opportunities that might assist him in accumulating savings. Subsequently, Louis advanced, stating that an elderly gentleman had commissioned him to convey his plea. As a result of his occupation, he has conversed with numerous individuals possessing unique talents in the metropolis. The daughter of his client is gravely unwell, to the extent that medical intervention is futile, and they would like him to examine her. He contemplates whether the clandestine side endeavor is permitted. It more or minimal is, yet to the greatest extent feasible, they wish to maintain the issue confidential. Achievement would secure him 100,000, whereas defeat would still provide him with 10,000. Questioning his hearing, Luke's grip becomes particularly strong due to the elevated figure. Notwithstanding the alluring proposal, he expresses a desire to encounter the elderly gentleman first. Inside the vehicle en route, the young individual observes numerous pairs strolling along the sidewalk, each of whom is grasping floral arrangements of roses. They promptly reach the facade of an enormous estate, and the interior is equally opulent as the exterior. Already contemplating the orphanage, he inquires about the price of such a residence. Lewis states that the elderly gentleman is unwilling to part with it, and pushes the agreement across the table. There remains a considerable journey ahead prior to purchasing a home. He is uncertain if he'll even secure the 100,000. The contract itself is quite conventional. As per Hannah, the council is not opposed to partnerships, but they will need to document everything. Shu entered the chamber accompanied by a group of healthcare aides. Conversely, Lewis departs, not planning to engage in the dialogue regarding the therapeutic procedure. A large vessel thudded incessantly while the pair conversed, so intensely. Therefore, Luke found it necessary to pay attention. Within was the elderly gentleman's daughter, Kathy, who possessed her entire future before her. Nonetheless, she abruptly transformed into a madwoman who cannot be treated with conventional medicine. The officer contemplates why he refuses to permit the environmental facility to manage her, and is informed that he is acting to safeguard her standing from deteriorating. To demonstrate her indications, he exhales with remorse and unfastens the receptacle. Within, the writhing individual was secured to prevent her from succumbing to her impulses. It appears significantly more grave than anticipated. She began to lose her mind when Shu dismissed the attendant she was involved with. Inquired whether he has any thoughts, Luke replies that he has not observed any contamination so far, and must stimulate her to witness it misbehaving. He proposes that they liberate her for a brief period, and is cautioned that she may swiftly leap at him. Fortunately, he is more than proficient in managing such a circumstance. As the father presses a switch, the bindings encircling his daughter's form release, and she swiftly descends to the ground. Like a feral creature, she certainly leaps upon the young man as cautioned. He quickly twists to grasp her arm and restrains her to the floor. Having prior knowledge of the task, she might approach with a grin and redirect her brother's focus to something captivating. There was a peculiar protrusion in the center of her back, Ripping through the fabric, he discovers an impurity, which subsequently launched projectiles at the pest control agent who disclosed its location. She is instructed to remain still, as the contamination was, now becoming exuberant and breaking free from its host. Numerous tentacle-like beings with menacing heads glared at Luke, yet May was already ripping them asunder. Observing this, they swiftly flee, even abandoning their host's form. Nonetheless, it doesn't end there, as they hold on to the other ladies in the residence, polluting them as they did with Kathy. She was also beginning to succumb to a trance. Even though they have validated the contaminant's function, the month of May is sufficiently adequate to address the issue. She leaped about, attempting to seize them all, yet the minor details emerged and vanished within items. Luke was unable to permit his sibling to be manipulated by sly beings. It's unfeasible to eradicate psychic ability, so he must seek out the essence. Given that the turmoil commenced with Kathy, she must be the essential factor in it. As the stress and chase subsided for a brief interval, tiny adversaries plunged back into their target's form. To exacerbate the situation, they merged to create a larger contaminant that manifests as a monstrous burden upon her. May couldn't be more delighted at the glimpse of the intriguing adversary, and abruptly widened her jaws to seize a substantial bite from its form. She grips firmly and yanks it away from the girl, reluctant to release it as she did before. In the meantime, Luke simply recoils at the glimpse of his sister's peculiar dish. He expresses concern for his daughter and inquires whether she is still living. The official is uncertain, yet the contaminant ought to have been eradicated. Merely. Then, Kathy gradually lifted her eyelids and summoned her father. As the elderly man cared for her, she drowsily positioned herself upright, contemplating the organism that had afflicted her. To their astonishment, she abruptly insisted that Luke vacate the room. He isn't overly concerned and strolls outdoors. In that setting, he could still sense the essence of the contamination. May emerges after overhearing and reveals that all of this transpired because of an oil canvas that they now wish to retain for sinister inquiries. As the officer re-enters, Shu expresses gratitude for his assistance and discusses the compensation, but Luke responds that the moment is not appropriate, as the task remains incomplete, with his daughter still unwell. The elderly man insists on increasing the reward, strangely enthusiastic about urging him to depart. It was evident that they were attempting to eliminate him in order to carry out their illicit transactions. Nevertheless, permitting them to proceed in that manner would merely endanger additional individuals. His unease pushes Kathy to her breaking point, and she aims a firearm at him, assured that she will not face arrest. Unbeknownst to her, May was smirking behind her. A swift cut severs the girl's fingers apart, together with the firearm that was directed at her sibling. She was astonished, and was astonished that the youth had the audacity to injure his daughter. Gazing down at them, Luke contends that she instigated the animosity, despite his act of rescuing her. A marksman targeted him from an elevated position and discharged the catalyst, yet he remained entirely undisturbed. Instructing them to conduct themselves appropriately, he asserts his authority, ascends with May, and begins to scale the walls to attend to the individual who just discharged his weapon. The marksman was in disbelief. However, he was already being propelled from the balcony, his extremities bound together. He trembled on the ground as Luke lowered himself, instructing his sister to handle the approaching guards. A hapless individual is chosen, and she seizes dominion over his physique, pivoting and employing it to fire at his associates. Ultimately, she grinned as she pressed the firearm against his own temple. The young girl was ecstatic from the last gunfire, yet anxiously glanced at her sibling, recollecting his dread regarding taking a life. Fortunately, he gently strokes her head and commends her for a task excellently executed. Lu was attempting to mitigate, not desiring for irrevocable turmoil. Consequently, Luke emphasizes that he is merely reciprocating the animosity that she aimed at him. Shu remained livid, charging him with neglecting the regulations. Yet, he is left speechless as the officer declared that the artwork is something they cannot manage independently. Taking into account his actual role in removing contaminants, he must notify his superiors. In a formal manner, he contacts the captain and provides an update on the circumstances. Chen appears at the location shortly thereafter, inquiring about the whereabouts of the artwork. Upon encountering her, Shu insists on an apology for the actions of her subordinate towards his daughter. She advises him to submit a formal grievance, as she perceives no issue with Luke's behavior. Conversely, he has been employing raiders to unlawfully convey goods into the metropolis. Subsequently, she urges the elderly gentleman to divulge all that he is aware of. He recently dispatched his daughter to retrieve something extraordinary discovered by the foragers. Had it not been for her ailments, the artwork would have arrived in the city much earlier. Presently, she commands the girl to articulate. She reached the location and discovered all of the foragers lifeless. She was completely unaware of what had transpired. Alongside their merchandise was an extraordinary artwork. Due to its exquisite charm, she wished to conceal it from her father, but wished to share the happiness with another. That's when she summoned a servant into her chamber, and the subsequent events are well known. Shu was unaware that toxins could be this perilous, yet it was their avarice that led to it all. As the two officials now return to the sentry station, Luke inquires how a lifeless entity could serve as a contaminant. It is indeed feasible to retain energy and items, and personalized armaments are crafted using the same principles. Trapped in congestion, she advises him to improve his driving skills. The thoroughfare is blocked because of a couple occupying the center of the roadway. A young woman was making a proposal following her separation from her partner and engaging in casual encounters with others. She clutches him, firmly asserting that she has come to understand her genuine emotions for him, yet he merely yells at her for turning erratic and unreasonable without warning. With wild eyes, the woman declares it's due to her affection for him. Desiring to be with him eternally, she approaches to drain the very essence from him. The young woman shrieked as the man she adores appeared motionless. The energy she radiated began to influence everyone, infusing fervent and frenzied emotions of affection within their souls. Chen promptly recognized it as an abrupt contamination incident. She commands everyone to withdraw at once and instructs Luke to hold on as she rapidly presses down on the vehicle's accelerator. With the exhaust blaring, they collide with the other vehicles and push their way through, navigating the congestion. It's the sole alternative at this moment. Nevertheless, navigating through the challenges, Chen conveys information to headquarters and requests the Elite Eradication Unit. A recognizable silhouette was observing them from a distance, gripping a missile launcher and targeting their automobile directly. Giggling, Mei instructs her sibling to flee for his safety. He comprehends her implication a tad too late, and the vehicle had already flipped due to the detonation. While he was slipping into oblivion when his sister rushed toward him, assuring him that she was there to assist. It was an utter disaster. As he lifted his eyelids, he contemplated the artwork and envisioned Ralph, beaming and brimming with vitality. He ought to be in the supply area of the guard post, so what was he doing there? Summoning the young man, Chen was in a comparably battered condition and was adorned with injuries. Even though he claims to be okay, there were significant wounds on his body. However, these are of little concern to Mei, who can effortlessly restore him to complete wellness. Although the captain verified that he too observed Ralph, their focus shifts to their environment. Additionally, from the smoldering debris, a group of men encircled them, armed with numerous automatic firearms. There was no way out. They discharged their weapon, targeting directly at Luke's vulnerable form. There is nothing he ought to be capable of. Yet a recognizable voice reverberated. Mother emerged, embracing him and inquiring how he found himself in a predicament once more. Chen was unable to spot Mama, and the sole figure in her line of sight was Luke, grasping. He extended his hand and summoned a shield to prevent the forceful projectiles from striking. Additionally, there was the silhouette of a woman positioned before him. She inquired about the extent of his mental prowess to achieve such a feat, but then collected herself and recalled her role. In her grasp lies the paramount instrument, able to obliterate all that stands before her. Possessing such influence, one could perceive themselves as the sovereign of the cosmos, and she's there to demonstrate her true nature. Utilizing her mesmerizing skills, she instructs several of the armed individuals to aim their firearms at one another. The adversaries eliminate one another in an instant, and Luke observes the mental fortitude transform once again. Mother states that her offspring must have experienced severe bullying this time around. It is indeed accurate that he would have perished had she not arrived to provide assistance. The commander assumes command and communicates the circumstances back to headquarters, but her gaze expands in astonishment at their response. She issues a level 1 alert to the community. Crimson signals and piercing sirens echoed throughout the heart of the metropolis. Initially, the residents were bewildered, especially when they observe other individuals hastily advancing towards them. As all fled in terror, the institution was striving to maintain order, as comparable incidents are occurring in the neighboring town. She observes the solitary soldier's icy and deranged gaze, unaware that he was engaging in dialogue with his mother, who was inquisitive regarding his course of action concerning the turmoil. He's contemplating it too. Nevertheless, she provokes him, stating that Ralph must be chuckling after he assaulted and purloined the artwork. She even motions toward May, who is grasping her garment like a frightened youngster. The notion of his sibling experiencing those sentiments enraged him to such an extent that Chen sensed the perilous energy radiating with merely a slight contact. His mental stamina must be depleted. Given the environmental contamination presenting a significant danger, she inquires whether he is able to undertake assignments. He is perplexed, and she attempts to clarify the circumstances. However, he has already dashed away independently upon learning that the village is at risk. A gentleman who was trapped beneath a motorcycle expressed his gratitude as the individual lifted the bike, but rather than assisting, he simply took the automobile. He halts for an instant, observing May in the center of the street. The contamination along the primary thoroughfare was steadily expanding. It could be connected to the woman whose engagement offer was declined. The analysts are instructed to forward her upcoming 2 requests to all monitoring teams. Initially, all individuals exhibiting signs of psychological alteration must be restrained, even to the point of termination. Furthermore, all others are required to confine themselves within their residences with televisions. They must refrain from encountering family members or significant others. The well-being of the community rests on their responsibilities. As their mother ponders the outcome of the situation, Luke navigates the motorcycle alongside his younger sister. Together, they speed towards the city's turmoil. The suburban community was engulfed in fire and turmoil as contaminated inhabitants pursued non-combatants. Some strive to conceal themselves within the security of their residences, as the elite units establish barricades and secure the primary routes. In the meantime, Luke was accelerating as swiftly as possible, and ultimately arrived at the location to which the orphanage had relocated, wishing that everyone was secure. He halts the bicycle and acknowledges the officers present. We greet him, and he inquires about the particular presence of the special forces. They seem to be present at Chen's directive, instructed to safeguard the members of the orphanage. The young man is astonished by the captain's exceptional regard, and has provided the communication device that officers typically receive prior to a mission. Placing the earpiece in, he recognizes a well-known voice. With his acknowledgement, Hannah requests an update on his present circumstances in the state. He tranquilly asserts that he feels relaxed, prompting her to specify that she is inquiring about his health status. As he shyly responds, she radiates enthusiasm and reinforces her backing for this situation. Additional municipalities are also facing epidemics, and their responsibility is to alleviate the circumstances. His objective, in particular, is to proceed to the community center and mitigate the proliferation of contamination in that area. Luke's. The bicycle is presented to him, yet he no longer requires it. Chen safeguarded those dear to him, and now it's his turn to reciprocate the kindness. He flings a candy pop into the air for May, who seizes the confection and settles comfortably on his sibling's shoulders. At this moment, the duo once again combines their strength and springs into action, abandoning the investigative team. The security of the city primarily depends on the solitary warrior's resolve. The turmoil is unmistakable as he leaped over the structures of the city. Numerous instances of profound mental transformations exist, indicating that it truly constitutes psychological degradation. A man was recently slain after casting a quick look at his companion's spouse. According to Chen's preliminary account, they have previously encountered a comparable situation concerning crimson roses. Recollecting, The abrupt influx of pairs on the thoroughfare leads him to ponder whether Ralph is linked to it in some way. The lady who made the suggestion initially received roses, and later cultivated an obsession that overflowed onto others. Regrettably, they remain uncertain about what the forthcoming phase of corruption will entail. Luke's primary objective is to eradicate the hosts. To prevent contamination, they seek out the tainted in order to halt its proliferation. He reaches a communal shopping center, teeming with the contaminated. At this juncture, the proliferation appears unavoidable. He's requested to emphasize the removal of the red roses host. The officer springs into action, disregarding the adversaries surrounding him and smashing into the structure through the windows. From several levels above, he observes the contaminant on the ground level and leaps. Hannah verifies the advancement of the undertaking, right before Luke's gaze. Was an individual bearing his beloved, accompanied by a large blossom emerging from his form. Hannah recommends placing the remains into a designated storage pouch and incinerating it. This is due to the fact that she lacks Luke's vision, capable of perceiving the contaminant in the shape of the dark crimson bloom emerging from the victim's corpse. Surrounding. It was the overwhelming sensation of yearning and fascination, so intensely that silhouettes of women emerged, whispering and enticing him. Baffled, since he doesn't particularly fancy that many females, he seizes the stalk and separates it instantly, leading the souls to diminish. As it is somewhat peculiar, he stops his enthusiastic little sister from consuming the contaminant this time, greatly to her chagrin. Regardless, the primary menace has been eradicated with minimal difficulty. Hannah praises him and declares they must halt the dissemination of the corruption next. This will become increasingly challenging. He will need to reroute the compromised or undermine their escape until assistance arrives. Conceiving a rather audacious notion, the executor shatters a metal post and leaps towards a goal. He shatters her limbs in a moment and instructs the onlookers outside to refrain from approaching her until the sirens cease. The initial one is completed, prompting him to proceed with the others. When the analyst inquires about his activities, he claims he perceived no means to regulate their behavior and opted for the simpler path, which is incapacitating them by fracturing their limbs. Considering his striking precision, their bones ought to be simple to mend afterward. It's a distressing trial for the partners, yet they ought to remain secure for the duration. May claims he's merely resentful due to his singleness. The pair advances with significantly more aspects to address. He observes another couple of romantics on the sidewalk and leaps in to fracture their limbs. To his astonishment, they elevate their hands in trepidation and inquire about his intentions. Evidently, they were merely attempting to exchange a final embrace on the day of reckoning. The officer deduces that they had their arms encircling one another and bashfully, departing while being reprimanded for his inquisitiveness. They merely observe as he ascends a structure several floors tall, swiftly reaching the summit in a flash. From that point, gains a clearer perspective on the severity of the predicament. As he contemplates his next steps, he is summoned to provide a report. The crowd appears to have settled and is now proceeding towards various high-rise buildings. In reality, several of them are already positioned at the brink of the rooftop. He possesses to respond swiftly before they undertake any harmful actions. At that moment, he overhears a pair declaring their affection for one another, just prior to leaping from the structure. Requested to examine more closely, the solitary warrior verifies that those who are leaping are the identical individuals who experienced infection on 2 occasions. Upon attaining the zenith of their feelings, they experience a compulsion towards self-destruction. According to the examination, individuals who are reinfected possess a 30-minute interval prior to exhibiting these inclinations. Partners clasp each other as they spring, whereas individuals bound to convey their emotions. Pondering how it reached this point, Luke persists in inflicting harm. This is probably connected to the pilfered artwork as well. In other expressions, Ralph is engaged. Prior to pursuing the architects, they must halt the destruction. Thus, the siblings divided to reach a larger number of individuals. Whereas, her sibling is occupied and May summons him, demonstrating how she shaped the forms of 2 bystanders to restrain them. Advised against excessive playfulness, she promptly divides them with minimal exertion. He is astonished that she is capable of performing such actions without causing them any harm. The circumstance appeared controlled. Yet Luke comprehends that it is significantly more dire than anticipated when he surveys his surroundings. Furthermore, among all the structures surrounding him, individuals were jumping to the earth, and he had no means to rescue them all. Hannah emphasizes that he can only achieve a limited amount and shouldn't hold himself responsible. Rescued only those he could. This is also what the former director mentioned. Nevertheless, when so many individuals perish, he cannot avoid feeling powerless. At that moment, he perceived a booming, whirring sound from above. A helicopter was soaring over their vicinity, and forth emerged a recognizable and stunning woman. The afflicted all gazed up at her, enticed by her breathtaking allure. Their arms extend toward the heavens, declaring their affection and yearning to possess the lady. Even Luke found it impossible to shake off a comparable sensation within himself, and to his astonishment, even May was displaying indications of infatuation towards the newcomer. Nevertheless, her yearnings were somewhat more fervent and ruinous than those of others. Prior to her taking any action, the solitary warrior shouts to Hannah, who claims that Dolly likely arrived to provide assistance following her cleanup efforts in the vicinity. She must be the identical individual Gecko referred to a short while ago. He has been cautioned against gazing into her eyes, as it could lead to permanent alterations in his mental state. Given the duration of his gaze, he may struggle to erase her from his thoughts, and ultimately, he will cultivate an intense urge to annihilate her, perceiving that she has no rightful place in this realm. After all, it is far too tainted for someone of her kind. Observing Dolly prepare to depart, the infected rush to pursue her. Partners release each other's grips, drifting apart in their affections, and hastily descend the staircase of the structure. Rather than perishing, they all desire to draw nearer to the officer, who has successfully preserved their lives. There remain several regions that require assistance, so Luke must hurry there immediately. He springs into motion, instructing Dolly to proceed to the distant site, since she possesses the ability to fly. She gazes at him for a brief instant, mute, then confirms the directive. Hannah is taken aback that she genuinely replied. At the primary bridge, law enforcement personnel are being tested to their utmost by the infected individuals. The pollution has commenced. Luke inquires of his sister whether she is already fatigued, but the analyst misinterprets the situation and expresses gratitude for his consideration, believing he is addressing her. He merely chuckles it away and continues to get started on his tasks, holding on to the hope that the victims can still be rescued at this stage. The dilemma is that there are simply far too many individuals to attend to. At that moment, he senses a change in the universe, as if he is plunged into an entirely distinct realm. It was a peculiar scene that he couldn't quite comprehend, and individuals were vanishing one after another. Even May was absent. Hannah urgently shouted in response to his strange conduct. He elucidates the circumstance and inquires if she may observe it, but he is interrupted by an elderly gentleman who inquires about his arrival into an untouched realm. He informs the evaluator, is informed that it has to be the alcoholic. Presenting himself, they come to the realization that they are co-workers. The elderly man states that he has matters under control in the region and inquires about how he came into existence. Luke contends that he should be the one clarifying that, yet neither possesses a solution. Consequently, he reaches out his hand, and the moment they grasp it, reality reverts to its usual state. The intoxicated individual abruptly materialized as a young lady, asserting that only ordinary individuals ought to be permitted entry. Her peculiar talent perplexes the newcomer, yet there's no opportunity to discuss it, as various locations continue to require assistance. In light of this, the young woman persisted in her inebriated salvage endeavors. Luke cried out as May unexpectedly sank her teeth into his leg, which is her effort to rouse him from the trance he abruptly entered. Hannah clarifies that the intoxicated individual is an 18-year-old scholar. Owing to an unfathomable obstacle, she regards herself as a 60-year-old male. It appears his colleagues are considerably more peculiar than anticipated, yet with her. The circumstances at the bridge ought to be effectively managed. All individuals are. Endeavors are yielding results, and there remains just one additional site that requires assistance. This is the southern barrier where Gecko presently resides. Thousands of contaminated individuals are converging, and the circumstance is critically urgent. As he travels, Luke inquires about the issue with the southern wall. A multitude of individuals abruptly rush there, compelling residents to escape. He frets, since the southern part of the city is the site of the orphanage. It remains uncertain whether a mental contamination incident has taken place. Comprehending the urgency, he hurries there as swiftly as he can. He allows May to take a brief respite and collects a motorcycle from the road. United, the two siblings accelerate towards the scene at a significantly quicker speed. As they race along, he observes that the surroundings are strangely and unsettlingly silent. Upon arriving at the destination, he encounters an even more bizarre scenario. Individuals were aimlessly strolling toward the barriers, completely oblivious to his presence as he walked by. From the summit of the wall, Gecko shouted, urging him to ascend swiftly. He subsequently discards the bicycle and ascends the wall alongside his sister, arriving at his associate with a series of swift leaps. They acknowledge one another, as the solitary soldier introduces himself to the law enforcement officials. His superior reflects on how he has wept numerous times throughout his existence. However, for the initial occasion, more than 10,000 individuals were weeping as they gazed up at him. None of them could comprehend it. Gecko was prepared for a challenging contaminant and didn't anticipate coming across such a tranquil sight. They have attempted various approaches, yet received no reaction whatsoever. Taking everything into account, Hannah advises him against making any impulsive moves. With the contaminant source and reasoning sequence are unidentified, Gecko recommends deploying a dormant explosive. However, Linda reprimands him and instructs the officer to apply it to himself. As yet another flirting endeavor from her officer is rejected, the solitary soldier is solicited for his viewpoint. Luke contemplates whether it might be feasible to persuade Dolly to arrive there. However, they do not endorse it, as it could result in unforeseen alterations. At present, the main focus is identifying the sequence of reasoning to disrupt it. As they are unable to continue observing, he opts to conduct an inquiry himself. Gecko attempts to discourage him, claiming there are far too many individuals at the base. Yet. It is not an issue if he is being compensated for the work regardless. The young man descends while gazing at his superior, and cheerfully remarks that he will be elevated ahead of time. Him. Nevertheless, even May interjects, cautioning that he is acting foolishly once more. Responding with nothing more than a laugh, the sister clambers onto his back, instructing him to purchase her toys later on. The individuals avert their gaze as he arrives at the base. It is exceptionally still, and the sole motion comes from their torsos as they inhale and exhale. He approaches an afflicted individual and gestures before her eyes. At that moment, she gradually shifts to look at him, her tears continuing to stream without cease. The experimental participant is a female, and she is reacting to Luke's actions. He advances and attempts to stumble her this occasion. With a gentle nudge, she tumbles to the earth, as anticipated, prompting everyone nearby to gaze in his direction. Gecko wonders whether he is merely testing the limits to determine what it requires for them to spring at him, thus. Linda reprimands him and proposes that he descend instead. They are merely observing, yet engaging in something drastic may not be the wisest choice. Undertaking. In an alternative method, Luke attempts to assimilate in order to grasp their perspective. Hannah contends that it may be ineffective, as it could exclusively influence typical individuals. Strangely, the solitary warrior has consistently perceived himself as quite an ordinary individual, a notion that his evaluators find difficult to concur with. The objective is to sense what influences them, to discern the logical progression, and to uncover the essence. Gecko ponders whether he is employing an innovative approach to training and exploration. However, apart from routine remuneration orientations, he has yet to embark on any additional tasks. The reference to remuneration prompts the coworker to consider that it could merely suffice for Luke. An hour elapses, and he's almost dozed off while remaining upright. Believing it's unfeasible for an individual as ordinary as him to remain untouched, he requests May to create some space, as her company could be providing him with a sense of security. Instructed not to wander too far, she requests a sizable and animated plaything for the next occasion. Her sibling contemplates this earnestly, but only if she promises to look after it well. Consequently, the young one leaps away to a secure yet substantial distance. The young gentleman attempts to regain his concentration and senses a tear fall. He was ultimately assimilating as intended. At that moment, the noise of a wailing infant penetrated his auditory senses, his thoughts. Remembers an instance of physicians hovering above him. Subsequently, he found himself completely isolated, weeping in the downpour. These vignettes perpetually shifted in conjunction with the cries of the sorrowful infant. Before long, tears began to stream down his cheeks too, and he ceased only when May's nibble jolted him from his stupor. Refuting the notion of weeping, he informs Hana that he has discovered evidence of the contaminant. Thus, it's the moment to prepare. Inquired about its classification, he articulates that it is the noise of a sobbing child that envelops the victim in profound sorrow and delusion. She desires to direct the investigative team, yet persuades herself against granting them access. Their coverings will obstruct them from perceiving the pleas, yet removing them will contaminate them. It's remarkably akin to the apartment situation, where everyone was too apprehensive to approach any nearer. Gecko is curious about Luke's intentions. Linda reveals that he is in fact identified and is currently investigating the origin of the malpractice. Gecko is astonished and offers a witty remark. Linda urges him to concentrate and prepare for any potential threats. He states that he will acquiesce and unveils the container housing his sharpshooting firearm. He inserts a projectile while inquiring if Luke's devoted analyst is attractive. Linda asserts that Hana is the most stunning analyst and ponders whether Gecko shares the same opinion. He begins to jest about the potential outcomes, but Linda reminds him that Hana remains a minor. Gecko claims he has attained tranquility and subsequently peers through his sight at Luke, who is navigating through the throng. The solitary fighter discovers the primary origin. He claims he can tidy it up whenever, but Hana suggests he take a brief step back. Luke watches from a secure vantage point. The contaminant. The energy surrounding the origin begins to intensify. His cranium unfolds akin to a machine, disclosing a metallic sphere within. It leaps from his mind and hovers in the atmosphere. Luke remarks that. The weeping did not originate from a young lad, but rather from a device that emitted a playback. Hana appears apprehensive and advises him to exercise caution, as the sphere is a creation of the technology cult. The apparatus identified an unforeseen objective and announced that it is commencing the second stage of the trial ahead of schedule. Vitality whirls around it, and it subsequently unleashes a potent sound upon the gathering of individuals. In the devastated metropolis situated 30 miles from Qing, Ralph and his associates are perched on the rooftop. They are engaged in a game of cards. Ralph lays down a duo of pairs. A man with an oversized cranium sets down a joker explosive. Ralph appears somewhat irritated. The young lad subsequently places additional cards, announcing that he is left with just one. Prior to his ability to set it aside, however, the hooded figure positions an explosive card upon the surface, sabotaging his schemes. The arrogant individual requests an additional match. Ralph rises and remarks that it is unnecessary, for from this they can be confident that there are no flaws in their reasoning process. The cloaked individual discovers this approach to assessment rather entertaining. Ralph checks a tablet and then says that it seems like it has already started. He perceives the azure energy on the horizon. The cloaked individual deduces that it was triggered sooner due to being uncovered by someone possessing a unique skill. Ralph is not worried, as the amount of individuals assembled will already be adequate for the experiment. They all grin as everything unfolds as intended. Big Head announces that the appeal for the artwork is finalized, and the advanced technology will suffice to facilitate their getaway. Most crucially, once this concludes, 2 out of their 3 objectives will be accomplished. He looks at his associate and expresses that the sole lamentation is that the lab was obliterated due to negligence. The cloaked individual responds that he bears no responsibility, as all his marionettes are engaged in the leader's assignment. Ralph asserts that the painting is the paramount aspect. Furthermore, successfully completing 2 assignments without any setbacks is a favorable outcome. He instructs them to assemble their belongings, as they will depart promptly after retrieving the detonation information. In the meantime, the circular apparatus is emitting a surge of power upon the unfortunate assembly. Luke observes and ponders what is transpiring. And an unusual variation is observed as certain individuals' vitality is extracted by the apparatus. Their physiques merge, creating a distorted shape encircling the technology. Luke observes it and conveys that a supernatural creature, likely linked to the technology, has emerged at the southern barrier. Gecko observes it through his binoculars. He is unafraid of its ferocity as long as it remains in plain sight. He requests authorization to utilize the specialized ammunition, and Linda responds. He does not have to inquire in a scenario such as this. Gecko grins and remarks that he was merely notifying her of his intention to utilize them. In the meantime, Luke is directed to attend to the creature without delay. May manifests and expresses that she likely requires her assistance at this moment. They make contact. Hands, and he springs into motion. He descends upon the creature and tears it asunder with his unprotected hands. It doesn't eliminate it, however, as both segments transform into distinct creatures. Gecko declares he will handle the one on the left, while Luke approaches the other. He targets with precision and discharges the unique round. It ascends, soars through the atmosphere, and hits the beast. Gecko is satisfied with the plasma projectiles, but feels let down that they cannot simply requisition them at any moment. He informs Linda that they ought to feign that it required 2 attempts to eliminate the creature. She reprimands him for instructing Luke in the art of deceiving others for resources. The solitary warrior advances towards the other beast and leaps onto it. He tears. He separates it once more, just as he did previously. The identical occurrence transpires again, and the creature is merely divided into 2. They persist in absorbing the essence of those in their vicinity. Luke senses that something is amiss as the creature expands in size. He subsequently comprehends that it has the ability to absorb the cognitive energy of those in its vicinity, as the creature has now transformed into a colossal being. Luke creates an exposed laceration on the rear of the colossal creature. In spite of the exertion, the supernatural behemoth continues to assimilate the awareness of the senseless and is steadily increasing in magnitude. Hannah and Linda consider it inconceivable that there exists a creature capable of merging the intellectual abilities of individuals so rapidly. Gecko continues to launch his unique projectiles, yet implores the analysts to discover a resolution. The colossal creature bears injuries throughout its physique from the projectiles. Luke further assaults by ripping additional fragments from the creature. Despite their endeavors, the creature continues to expand. They observe through their apparatus that the beast's cognitive energy is escalating at an exponential rate. It expands and expands until it reaches the dimensions of a structure, possessing a mental vigor exceeding 1,000. The analyst anticipates that the creature will soon pose a B-class level danger. Luke and Gecko persist in assaulting the creature, despite being aware that they possess no means to vanquish it. Gecko announces that he has depleted his ammunition and inquires with the analysts if they have already discovered a resolution. Linda informs him that they have already reached out to headquarters to dispatch additional support, and that their sole option at this moment is to prevent the creature from expanding any further. Linda reveals that the creature is currently inactive, apart from absorbing, and she hypothesizes that it may have been artificially engineered to annihilate all life in the city through an explosion. She recommends that their sole course of action is to eliminate all the tainted individuals to prevent any further expansion. Luke rationally concludes that the 100,000 inhabitants hold significance in this context, but discovers it terrifying that he must eliminate all the tainted. The evaluators inform Luke that the headquarters desires them to retreat for the time being. Luke responds that they ought to retreat without him, leaving the team astonished. He explains that they ought to maintain a considerable distance to ensure maximum safety, and that they must refrain from monitoring him, even via cameras. Owing to the peril, Hannah advises him that they must notify the superiors initially. Luke consents, yet requests to expedite. Hannah communicates too. The command center is in a state of urgency and requests additional instructions. Meanwhile, Chen is roaming the streets, inquiring with the analysts about Luke's current activities. Back at the headquarters, the division chief, Shin, merely obtains Luke's intentions and is furious that he is completely unaware of what the individual is planning. Within the headquarters laboratory, Baji obtains a communique from a serviceman verifying that Luke was untruthful regarding the events that transpired at the orphanage a decade prior. In spite of the trickery, Baji instructs the soldier to permit Luke's scheme. Chen also conveys to everyone that he has faith in Luke's choice and permits it. At headquarters, Shin's counsel informs his superior that whatever actions Luke takes will surpass merely blasting the creature until it detonates. Shin hesitantly consents to proceed, but with the stipulation that the elite task force must also be prepared and prepare for contingencies should his strategy collapse. Hannah informs Luke that they have obtained authorization from headquarters to proceed with his scheme and requests that he exercise caution. Luke gradually approaches the colossal creature. He grins, even though he understands that even May appears powerless in the face of the beast. He shouts for Baba and Mama. He informs Mama that he desires to eliminate the beast, uncover the identity of the perpetrator, and eliminate them. Mother informs him that she has no intention of hindering him, but inquires about any additional parties he intends to engage with. Luke responds that there is no one else. However, Mama responds that she is aware he intends to exploit Baba for the circumstances. Baba incessantly yells that he will annihilate items while they converse. Mama cautions Luke that permitting Baba to emerge could result in even greater chaos. Luke inquires about her opinion on his next course of action. Mama inquires whether he has faith in his relatives. Luke ponders regarding how his relatives are excessively trusting since they simply materialized one day and are dreadful individuals who appear to harbor secrets, even from him. Mama reminds Luke that although he refers to himself as an ordinary individual, he remains untouched after stepping into the domain of an ability user, and can even perceive the weeping that remains unheard by others. She maintains that rather than appropriating May's talent, on this occasion he ought to offer his talent to May. Luke contemplates the idea and opts to place his trust in Mama and his sibling. Luke contacts May and informs her that he will provide her with a plaything. This causes May to beam with joy and eagerly grasp her brother to allow him to soar. May directs Luke towards the creature. In another location, Gecko witnesses how the creature is enveloped by a psychological distortion barrier. Luke grins as he advances closer to the beast. Hannah and Linda both perceive a cognitive distortion field capability that can ensnare an extensive zone, rendering both ordinary individuals and ability users susceptible to its psychological assaults upon entry. Gecko is concerned that they might have to eliminate another ally if Luke slips into chaos. In the meantime, Luke steps into his personal distortion zone to confront the creature. Gecko is intrigued by how Luke will confront a colossal beast that refuses to perish. Luke observes as May grazes various areas of the creature's form, warping it. He deduces that the creature is not a result of a power wielder, but rather a form of contamination. The creature attempts to swat May aside, yet the girl simply revels in the moment, evading it as she persists in circling the creature's form. The creature subsequently separates from the body segments that May has already altered. Luke observes that the creature is forsaking the tainted aspect of its being. The monster attempts to flee, but upon spotting Mama, it becomes daunted. In the meantime, Luke is positioned on the warped fragments that the creature has left behind, as though they had now become an independent entity that May can govern. May grins at the creature and fastens herself to it. The creature and its warped counterpart confront one another directly. May and Luke subsequently allowed the two massive beings to collide with one another. In another location, Ralph is anxious as his tablet indicates that the creature is becoming erratic before it even attains its maximum intensity. His veiled associate reassures him not to fret and inquires if he would like him to dispatch a puppet to investigate. Ralph concedes that he ought to examine it. Yet he insists that it should only take a moment and that he will disconnect right away. The cloaked figure is unveiled as the individual orchestrating the manipulated individuals. He compels one of the subjugated to glimpse the beast. In the meantime, from a secure distance away from the creature, an individual with a camera is observing the beast. Perched atop a structure, a woman equipped with binoculars observes the creature. She is conveying information to another woman, secure within one of the structures, and is additionally utilizing her keen perception to monitor the southern barrier. Mama can perceive that there are individuals who have disregarded the caution and are glancing at the beast. She retrieves her shears and grins as she remarks that mischievous youngsters ought to be disciplined. She employs the shears, severing a type of cord. With a mere snap of the cord in half, the aerial device monitoring the scene detonates. The mole, equipped with a camera, disintegrates. The field glasses of the woman divided in half. Following a moment, even her form divided in two, resulting in her demise. A lady in the structure with keen observational skills deduces that Luke is battling an exceptionally formidable creature. She abruptly experiences discomfort. Subsequently, her head becomes severed from her torso, resulting in her demise. Ralph's concealed figure is perplexed as to why he can no longer access any of his marionettes. The conceited individual proposes that his separation from the marionettes must be excessively vast. The masked figure claims that he is aware of the extent to which he can manipulate marionettes, and believes he should still possess the ability to govern them. He mentions that it will require some time before he can re-establish his link with the puppets. He additionally states that he somehow observed a woman grinning just prior to his connection being interrupted. The arrogant individual charges him with merely being preoccupied with thoughts of females. Ralph is unwilling to risk anything and instructs the duo to get ready to depart without delay. In spite of his crew's objections about their lack of compensation, Ralph maintains that their objective to extract information from the mental degradation caused by Bob has been unsuccessful. He emphasizes that their prolonged survival is due to his intuition. Meanwhile, the warped creature is gradually devouring the original beast. The cries and torment displayed on the original monster's visage are evident as it is incessantly consumed. The creature radiates light, causing Luke to apprehend that it might detonate, yet May reassures him that everything will be all right. She then distances herself from her sibling and stands before the combatants. She warps her physique to bestow upon herself several appendages. She subsequently employs her elastic limbs to ensnare the telepathic creature. Notwithstanding the creature radiating with greater intensity, May reveals, her sibling, that she is embracing the being. Luke is repulsed to witness his sister appearing so misshapen. Simultaneously, Ralph and his commanders are descending the structure they occupied by utilizing ropes. The serene Ralph abruptly becomes startled as he detects the presence of his mother and recognizes it as familiar. Gecko observes that the cognitive capacity is swiftly declining to the extent that the psychological degradation is nearly eradicated. The evaluators inform him that he is now permitted to access the city. Thus, Gecko assures him that he will. Linda advises him to be cautious, uplifting the man's spirits. The location where the creature appeared features a vast depression, and Luke stands at its center. The gecko observes him, yet remains still. The gecko cautiously attempts to prod him with a stick, prompting Luke to glance in his direction. Luke requests Gecko to summon the assistance team to arrive. Luke is brooding as he realizes that HQ will not reimburse him for damaging the earpiece and mental energy sensor. Gecko inquires about the creation of the trench, to which Luke responds that the creature abruptly detonated like an explosive device. Gecko inquires with doubt about how he managed to confine the detonating force to a limited area. Privately, Luke reflects on how remarkable May was, as she enveloped the creature with her form to contain the detonation. Luke responds to Gecko by explaining that he merely focused all the explosive energy into one point, leading Gecko to believe that his response is excessively straightforward. Luke is beginning to ponder that he may not be as ordinary as he believes. His contemplation of this arises as Gecko informs him that he understands. The assistance squad arrives via helicopters. They provide aid, inform the previously overseen individuals that they will receive medical care for the foodborne illness they experienced. Luke inquires of Hannah whether all the issues have been resolved. Hannah. Responses indicate that extensive corruption zones in the secondary satellite city are now managed and that the restoration will be straightforward. Luke contemplates whether they should truly deem the endeavor a triumph, given the numerous casualties. Hannah additionally informs him that the circumstances are probably linked to the mercenary unit and that they have likely achieved their objective. Luke is enraged that so many individuals must perish for their aim and inquires how headquarters will address them. Hannah assures him not to be concerned, as she will inform him of all developments as soon as she receives them. They both concur that an individual must be held accountable for the individuals who perished due to the turmoil. Luke asserts that he will exert every effort to apprehend those accountable. Mama appreciates his determination, but cautions him that he must return home swiftly, as Baba is very upset at the moment. Hannah expresses her gratitude to Luke for safeguarding everyone. Luke responds that he couldn't have accomplished it without her, causing the woman to flush with embarrassment. Gecko observes them conversing so affectionately. Creating. He inquires of Luke whether they frequently converse in this manner. Gecko grins as he informs Luke that he perceives no issue with it. It thrills Gecko as he envisions himself and Linda engaging in a close conversation. He rests his arm on Luke's shoulder and confides that he has a secret to share with him. Subsequently, Gecko and Luke find themselves in a vehicle as it travels. Gecko expresses his viewpoint to Luke that Hannah is among the... Gecko transitions to discussing Linda and how he possesses a slight inquiry regarding her that he genuinely desires to uncover the response to. Luke inquires if he wishes to find out whether Linda has offspring. Gecko claims he is indifferent to that and is genuinely interested in discovering whether Linda truly weighs 150 kilograms. Subsequently, the two find themselves at the guard station of the second satellite city experiencing a sense of exasperated by the tedious chore of composing their mission report. Gecko inquires with Luke about what he intends to document regarding the latter phase of the assignment. Luke responds that he has already briefed him on the events that transpired. Gecko is uncertain about his previous statements, yet asserts he will back him. Luke perceives that Gecko is attempting to uncover how he truly managed the supernatural creature, and understands that he is likely merely spending time with him to observe his actions. May inquires of Luke whether he intends to return home, but Luke responds that he is hesitant to proceed, as Baba is having a fit at the moment. He hands May a handful of sweets as a reward for the task, causing the little girl to salivate. Luke informs Gecko that he must return home. Gecko proposes accompanying him and expresses a desire to see his residence. Luke responds that he will not extend an invitation to his home, and requests someone to take over his shift while he heads home. Subsequently, Luke is in a vehicle being accompanied back to his residence. May notices an individual trailing behind them. Luke becomes aware that the eradication team is tracking his movements and despises the timing, especially since Baba is currently irritable. He contacts Chen and informs her of his intention to return home now that the circumstances have been settled. He informs her that he feels uneasy about the pest control team trailing him to his residence. Chen informs him that she comprehends a moment later entirely. The vehicles trailing them pivot. Chen informs him that this will not occur again. The woman subsequently yells at an individual to maintain their hands steady, causing Luke to wonder what is occurring with her. Chen informs him that she is about to have an operation due to the harm she sustained from the assault. She claims to be all right despite her damaged intestines, and has already employed her hypnotic skill on herself to numb any discomfort. She cautions Luke that individuals are currently fearful of him due to his effective handling of the psychic creature, noting that the higher authorities had a similar response when they enlisted Dolly Gecko and herself. Luke acknowledges this and allows her to concentrate on her operation. Luke has already departed from the vehicle, yet one of the pest control units continues to observe him. The individual supervising Luke receives a notification from headquarters that the senior management has instructed all personnel to cease monitoring Luke, as individuals assigned to monitor him have already perished. They ascertain that the lady with the binoculars and the individuals with special abilities were the ones who succumbed under enigmatic circumstances. It persuades the pursuer to consent to depart. Luke ascends the staircase to his flat, while May vocalizes as she soars. He remarks to her sibling that her vocal performance is out of tune. As they approach their residence, May clutches her sibling due to apprehension. Luke swings open the door to discover that the entire interior of their residence has been ravaged by Baba, who is shouting that everything is garbage. Baba persists in smashing items and yelling that all of it is worthless. He gestures towards Luke and also informs him that he is equally worthless for scurrying about like a hound of the Annihilation Squad. Mother informs father that he must relax and that it is time for them to convene a family discussion. Luke informs Baba that he believes he is not engaging in any wrongdoing by assisting the extermination unit since he receives a substantial income from it, and he is contributing to the improvement of the world. Baba responds by stating that these are merely his rationalizations to evade the reality that he is simply being exploited by the system, and that he ought to concentrate on safeguarding his loved ones instead. Mama concludes that if the whole world is deceased, then there is no one left to provide their son with a paycheck. Baba is exasperated as he realizes that Mama is indeed correct. Mama commends Luke for remaining to vanquish the supernatural beast to safeguard the populace, even though everyone else fled. Baba interrupts, suggesting that Luke ought to eliminate everyone initially if he wishes to avoid being slain. May defends her sibling and asserts to Baba that Luke is not at fault. This infuriates Baba, who labels May a spoiled child. Luke instructs Baba to cease frightening his younger sister, Mama, gently strokes May's head and reassures her that her feelings are mutual. Mama shifts her attention to the individuals who pilfered the artwork and contemplates what their true objective might be. She grins at the idea of venturing to the peripheral cities to discover more about the organization. Luke observes that everyone possesses commendable qualities. Baba is astonished to find that Luke is in accord with him. Luke guarantees him that he returned home for their sake and to ascertain their support. They all beam together as a family at the idea of pursuing the nefarious group. In the meantime, Chen has encountered Bajie. Chen informs the researchers that there are grounds to believe that the power wielders from beyond the city might have been pursuing the artwork for an extended period. Bihar informs her of his conclusion that Ralph possesses formidable aptitude in utilizing abilities and possesses extensive understanding of the functioning of the satellite city. Chen is concerned that they could be a technology cult. Bajie is convinced. The adversary is not the technical faction, as the organization prefers to deploy several explosives rather than a single device. He is grateful that no one was impacted by the blast. Chen is concerned about the measures taken to observe Luke, and is also eager to address the private military organization that infiltrated the city previously. Bajie deduces that both the psychologically transformed individual and the one who initially assaulted them originated from the same puppet skill practitioner. Bajie urges Chen to examine the document concerning the true events surrounding the Red Moon Orphanage explosion. Chen accesses the document in disbelief. They examine that there existed a research supervisor who pilfered a segment of assets and trial participants from the Eclipse laboratory 2 decades ago previously. They designated the occurrence as the escaped laboratory event. Although Bajie is convinced there is sufficient cause to believe that the paramilitary organization is linked to the event, Chen holds a differing opinion. Bajie asserts that only Lucy is aware of the events that transpired 2 decades ago. Bajie recommends that Chen look into that individual and informs her that she should prioritize examining the orphanage above all else. Chen assures that he will visit the orphanage tomorrow to converse with Lucy. In another location, Lucy stands by the window, silently watching the crimson moon. Chen arrives at the orphanage. She steps inside to find Lucy surrounded by youngsters who relish their instructor's presence. Presents herself to Lucy as Luke's associate. She additionally informs Lucy that she compensated Luke handsomely due to his "the effort is valuable." They proceed to the faculty lounge to converse. During that time, Chen peruses the correspondence the students compose to Lucy as their instructor and delights in witnessing their aspiring aspirations. Lucy informs Chen that she and Luca were raised in the same orphanage, and that he often returned to the orphanage and rescued it from its fiscal predicament. Chen elucidates that she seeks to gain further insight into Luke's experiences while residing in the orphanage. Lucy is concerned that Chen is attempting to probe into the individual. Chen inquires about what she and Luke were engaged in during the significant blast. Lucy abruptly draws a firearm and aims it at her own temple. As she informs Chen that Luke is a decent individual who merits a tranquil existence. Chen assures her that she also values Luke's existence and will safeguard it. She asserts that her reason for visiting was to determine whether she could place even greater trust in Luke. And now, through Lucy's guardianship of him, she is able to. As Chen exits the chamber, she vows to keep it a secret from Luke that Lucy is concealing a firearm. In the meantime, Luke is on the streets, monitoring the news, informing the public that the psychic creature event is merely an issue of food contamination. He finds it amusing how the eradication unit succeeded in concealing the reality from the populace. Hannah informs Luke that headquarters has already placed a reward on Ralph and notified everyone of the man's capabilities. Luke inquires about the amount of the bounty, and Hannah replies that it exceeds 3 million. Hannah elaborates on the amount Luke will earn for completing the final task. Luke informs her that it is not a priority at the moment. He expresses that what he desires at this time is to apprehend those responsible for the issue, and thus he aims to solicit something from headquarters. In the meantime, the senior officials of the agency are convening at the Executive Administrative Bureau. Chen is expressing his concerns to the group regarding the imprudence of allowing Luke to chase after the power users independently, especially since they have yet to reveal significant information about the solitary warrior. He proposes to the others gathered at the table that they ought to interrogate Luke. The director of the bureau, Chenna, inquires about their understanding of Luke's capabilities. A senior official responds that they possess scant knowledge, as no one witnessed Luke's actions to eliminate the creature's detonation. Chen asserts that the individual has adhered to all regulations throughout his assignments. She proposes that they allow Luke his respite from the city, as they lack the ability to intervene even if they wish to. Bajie consents and inquires about Luke's current location. Chen contacts Luke and advises him against departing the city, as he had asked. She exhales in disappointment that they have already examined the paramilitary organization and that they are aware of a minimum of 3 individuals with special abilities within their ranks. The most prominent is Ralph, whose power they speculate could involve creating doppelgangers or regeneration. She mentions the second as a puppet master, capable of manipulating humans. She notes that their knowledge regarding the third individual is quite limited. but that they possess cognitive energy levels significantly surpassing those of typical ability users. She cautions Luke against pursuing them, as he is merely a novice, and the adversaries are exceedingly perilous. Luke responds that although he lacks experience with ability users, the adversaries likewise have no familiarity with someone of his caliber. Chen inquires about the reason behind his intense desire to chase them. Luke asserts that his sense of fairness compels him to identify those who have committed injustices and hold them accountable. Luke refutes that he is acting in this manner because he has been informed of the reward, and that it is due to the fact that the faction has eliminated numerous individuals already. Chen states she can authorize the petition to exit the city, but he must provide an estimated duration for his absence. Luke responds that he will be absent for 10 days. Chen accepts it and mentions that she must disconnect for the time being. The superiors proceeds to debate the issue of whether they should allow Luke to roam freely beyond the city limits. Baji proposes that they maintain strict confidentiality regarding any information pertaining to Luke. He also indicates that they extend their backing to Luke for his appeal, a notion that Chen hesitantly consents to. Luke informs Gecko that he has submitted a proposal for a work-related journey beyond the city limits. Gecko considers him to be irrational, given that he has already ventured outside the urban area. Chen contacts Luke once more and advises him to regard the excursion beyond the city as a covert operations assignment, and that he will be accompanied by 2 investigative teams and a support unit. Luke informs her that she is not required to have the teams, and that he only requires a single companion, as he gazes at Gecko. Chen understands that he desires Gecko to be his chauffeur. Luke informs her that Gecko is eavesdropping on their discussion at this very moment. Chen instructs Luke to inform Gecko that he must prepare. Gecko is exasperated with Luke for making a decision without his approval. He proceeds to lament over the phone about being dispatched on a perilous assignment. May inquires of Luke if she can eliminate Gecko, as it is clear he is referring to Luke during the call. She also alerts her brother that the individuals on the other end of the line keep altering, with several of them irritated by Gecko's grievances. Gecko adamantly conveys to Chen on the other end that he will not abandon the city, regardless of the circumstances. Chen informs him that she will organize a meeting with Linda following the assignment. Gecko unexpectedly grows enthusiastic, his eyes sparkling with affection. Luke notices that Gecko has come back from his telephone conversation with a goofy grin adorning his face. The fair-haired individual abruptly adopts a grave demeanor and advises Luke that they need to expedite their undertaking. Gecko justifies his decision to accompany him beyond the city by claiming he is concerned for his well-being. Luke advises May against inflicting harm on Gecko throughout their journey. Gecko is unsettled by the fact that Luke appears to be conversing with something unseen. Gecko inspects all the materials stored in the vehicle. He commends Chen for fully committing to the gear. Gecko is particularly enthusiastic about the truck they are utilizing and enumerates its premium specifications. Luke inquires of Gecko whether he needs to contact anyone before their departure, but the fair-haired individual replies that nobody is concerned for him except for Linda. Luke mentions that the initial task they must undertake is to retrieve his family from his residence. Subsequently, after collecting the family, Gecko feels perplexed as Luke informs him that his family is already in their vehicle. The fair-haired man is at a loss for words, noticing that the rear seats are unoccupied. Gecko attempts to converse with Mama and Baba, expressing that it is a pleasure to encounter them. Mama perceives him as amusing, which causes Luke to feel embarrassed, is on the vehicle, shouting with enthusiasm that they are departing. Gecko speculates that Baba is positioned on the left side of the rear seat, while Mama occupies the right, and May is situated in the center. Luke observes Gecko's anxious demeanor, and thus, he cannot inform him that Baba is not genuinely in the vehicle, as he detests monotonous journeys. They examine the information regarding the mercenary team to attempt to locate them. They conclude that they ought to proceed to the location where the mercenary group was most recently spotted. Luke is anxious that they must accelerate to close the gap with their adversaries. It merely exhilarates Gecko to utilize his arachnid-class skill to enhance his driving. He accelerates the truck to its utmost velocity. It is exceedingly. Swiftly, May finds herself lagging behind and feels exasperated as she endeavors to keep pace. Subsequently, they reach a desolate settlement. They encounter the research team, who provide them with the latest intelligence regarding the mercenary group. They additionally indicate that they have concluded that the adversaries are moving with minimal equipment, utilizing merely 7 vehicles, to the tire imprints discovered. They are unaware of their destination, however, prompting Gecko to remark that locating them is likely to be challenging. Mother instructs them to proceed to the left, as she recalls Ralph's visage, and can follow him accordingly. Luke is astonished that Mama possesses this talent. He instructs Gecko to veer left onto the narrow path. Luke. And Mama instructs their chauffeur on the route they should take throughout the journey. 2 hours later, they are still journeying by automobile. Abruptly, a menacing, distorted individual steps in front of the vehicle. Gecko simply drives right past him and keeps moving ahead. Luke proposes to take the wheel so Gecko can take a break. Gecko expresses his concern that if he is not behind the wheel, it implies he must engage with Luke's relatives. His remark merely entertains Mama and May. May abruptly detects an aroma that she considers thrilling. The others perceive it as well, but consider it repulsive. Mama informs them that they have reached their destination. Gecko and Luke venture outdoors into the grassy meadow. Gecko. Fire at the foliage, believing the odor originates from a creature. Illuminated orbs emerge from the shadows. They realize that the scent originates from human entrails on the terrain and that wolves are encircling it. Luke and Gecko ponder why human intestines exist without other anatomical components. They speculate that the individual possessing puppet mastery might be connected to this phenomenon. Luke examines the findings of the research facility's examination of the psychologically modified individuals and discovers that every one of the altered individuals had their superfluous organs excised. Luke discovers a fabric close to the intestines that is exclusively located in the Great Wall City and determines that they have discovered the remnants of the 2 absent special operations agents. Gecko is astonished by Luke's remarkable prowess in uncovering the events that transpired. Luke proposes that they transport the remnants back to the metropolis. He retrieves. Rank instructs Gecko to collect the special agents and transport them to their vehicle. Gecko ultimately vomits excessively after adhering to the command, entertaining Mama. They persist in their journey, with Gecko astonished that Luke located their absent associates. Luke indicates they are also close to the mercenary faction and inquires whether there is an assembly location in the vicinity. Gecko examines the map and discovers that a location named Blackwater Town is in proximity. He cautions Luke that the village is a perilous location and that they must equip themselves with weaponry if they intend to venture into it. To ensure caution, Gecko mentions that he must communicate their arrival in Blackwater Town. Gecko communicates with headquarters regarding the discovery of the absent operatives and that they are on the verge of infiltrating Blackwater Town, under the belief that the paramilitary faction is concealed within. The senior officials are convened and are discussing how astonished they are that Luke and Gecko have achieved considerable advancements soon after departing the city. They consider it peculiar that Luke is capable of locating not only the absent agents, but also pinpointing the whereabouts of the mercenary team. Considering the position of Blackwater Town, they deduce that the mercenary group traveled there to replenish their supplies. 1. The executives determine that the puppet master's inventory of psychologically modified individuals should have been depleted by this time, and likely requires replenishment. She is convinced they have traveled to Blackwater for its workforce opportunities for this reason. Shin asserts that the elite operations team must proceed to Blackwater without delay upon receiving a plea for assistance, and that they must employ the long-distance plasma armaments. Gecko and Luke proceed to the perimeter barriers of Blackwater that resemble prison fortifications patrolled by sentinels. Gecko informs one of the sentinels that they are gatherers seeking to take a respite in the village. The sentinel informs him that they are permitted to carry only pistols within his armaments, and provides him with the specifics of where they can station their vehicle. Gecko consents to the terms, and declares he will position the truck within the town. The sentinels unlock the gates for them. Luke concerns himself with the possibility of an incident occurring with their vehicle while it remains stationary. Gecko guarantees him that their vehicle is sufficiently robust for anyone to vandalize or pilfer. Mama and May reassure Luke that they are nearby. Luke and Gecko stroll through the village while a man persistently annoys them with propositions to provide them with anything they desire. Gecko amuses the vendor and inquires about where they might procure individuals. The vendor informs them extensively about the employment landscape and all the individuals available for hire within it. As the group departs, the vendor grins as aware the difficulties lie ahead. The group enters the job market, teeming with individuals seeking to purchase illicit goods. The group surveys the area and observes individuals peddling armaments, beasts, or human closeness. Gecko notifies Luke that it is a requirement of their regulations to alert the mayor of the municipality if they have discovered a member of the mercenary faction. Gecko expresses his reluctance to proceed, as the mayor is infamous as the Serpent King who governs the city amidst various illicit undertakings, and they remain uncertain about the trustworthiness of this individual with their confidential details. Mother approaches the gaming establishment and notifies Luke that the individual they are seeking is within. They enter where numerous individuals are wagering at various tables and games. Mother gestures towards a wooden entrance, prompting Luke to force it open with a kick. Within is the cloaked individual from the paramilitary organization, and he is engaging in card games with fellow participants as though nothing astonishing had just occurred. One of the participants is infuriated by the group's intrusion and draws a firearm. Gecko presses a blade against his throat before the individual can react. In spite of the uproar, the hooded figure still places his deck of cards on the table to proceed with the game. The cloaked figure subsequently inquires about their identities. Luke responds, stating that they have come to apprehend him and that they intend to question him initially prior to eliminating him. Luke cautions that he ought to accompany them peacefully, since he may surrender to his impulses and take his life if a confrontation ensues. The cloaked figure grins, captivated by Luke. Two of the additional participants in the card game rise and aim their firearms at the group. Gecko fires at both of them prior to their discharge, eliminating them. The cloaked figure employs his marionette skills. Gecko is astounded to witness that the two individuals have been resurrected and are aiming their firearms at them once more. The restrained individuals discharge their firearms. Luke evades each projectile. He assesses that he must sever the spinal columns of those being manipulated to halt them. He then dashes toward one of the levers as it discharges at him. Luke dislodges the firearm from the limb, subdues the individual to the earth, and subsequently contorts the body to fracture its vertebrae. In the meantime, Gecko propels the table towards the other individual under command, fracturing the person's spine as well. The concealed individual is irritated that his marionettes have been managed so effortlessly. Gecko reveals to the concealed individual that he possesses a capability-restricting collar prepared for him. Mother cautions Luke that it isn't finished just yet. Luke observes a faint radiance emanating from the marionette he has restrained. He comes to understand that there is an explosive device within it. Luke binds the corpse into a sphere and then propels it to send it rolling away. It detonates close to nearly all of them. Gecko is astonished that Luke possessed the strength to effortlessly fold the adversary into a sphere. Gecko becomes aware that there could potentially be an explosive device in the alternative marionette. He stabs the marionette's form with a blade. He observes within the explosive, yet it shows no indication of detonating. One of the card participants is astonished by all that transpired, prompting Luke to deduce that he was the sole individual not controlled like a puppet in the card game. Luke also observes that the hooded figure has vanished, and deduces that the explosive was merely intended to be powerful enough for him to flee. In the meantime, gunmen throughout the marketplace are focused on Luke and Gecko. Luke also understands that Mama vanished the instant the detonation occurred. Luke instructs Gecko to clarify matters for the crowd as he rushes off to chase the hooded figure. Gecko finds himself in the gaming zone. He subsequently lifts his hands and discards his arms as the throng of weapon-bearing individuals advances toward him. While Luke is sprinting, Mama reemerges to inform him of the enemy's direction. She inquires her child to exercise caution, as the hooded individuals have armed associates ready for him. Militant individuals await within the structure as one verifies that their objective has arrived. Projectiles cascade as the siblings surge forward, charging directly through the hail of bullets. Luke recollects when their mother shielded them from a surprise attack previously, but this time he arrived equipped. As he persistently evades nimbly, the crimson tuxedo observes from above and comments that this adversary will be formidable. He grins slyly, and abruptly, Luke's physique becomes rigid as an invisible power seizes command of his actions. He recognizes the adversary's marionette skill that compels others to replicate actions. As the grip intensifies, he battles to contact his sister for assistance in escaping. She glides nearer as she approaches to save him. With this, he собирает свои силы и, наконец, вырывается на свободу. Он then prevents an individual from discharging a weapon. Regaining mastery, he aims the weapon at the other men as gunfire erupts in their direction. Shortly thereafter, numerous adversaries plummet as he strides serenely through the defeated. In the meantime, the crimson tuxedo ignites the motor of his bike. Luke grins upon witnessing his turmoil. The hooded figure becomes frantic when the motor refuses to ignite as the young man advances swiftly. Recognizing that fleeing is unfeasible, he readies himself to employ an alternative, urgent tactic. Before he can respond, Luke seizes him and halts his attempt to flee. He forcefully thrusts the masked figure to the floor and restrains him. While immobilized, the masked individual attempts to utilize psychic tendrils to free himself from his hold. He acknowledges the method and remembers analogous mental abilities from earlier times. Understanding he is in a critical predicament, the hooded figure readies a frantic, ultimate maneuver. He covertly clutches his concealed firearm and withdraws it from his pocket, shouting for Luke to perish. With a frenzied smile, he abruptly discharges the firearm at a short distance. Nevertheless, Luke demonstrates greater dexterity as he seizes the firearm and rotates it aside. The crimson tuxedo howls as his limb is fractured. Luke emotionlessly cautions him that he should no longer be capable of movement. He squints as he observes the masked figure. In spite of his wounds, the veiled figure emits a soft laugh. He observes that the young man does not appear to embody the usual attributes of a spider-type ability wielder. Luke serenely inquires about the whereabouts of the others. Red. The tuxedo reveals that the others departed following their unsuccessful endeavor because their superior detected a discrepancy and instructed them to disperse. Luke insists on discovering the whereabouts of the others who escaped, and cautions that he will resort to more severe tactics if required. The cloaked figure abruptly erupts into boisterous laughter and took off his disguise. Referring to him as a companion, he asserts that he is being underestimated excessively. Upon clearly observing his visage, Luke comprehends that this is the genuine identity of the masked individual. The gentleman acknowledges his failure, yet declines to compromise his principles, asserting that tarnishing his reputation would be far worse than demise. He discloses that as a marionette skill wielder, he possesses the capacity to regulate his own actions and experience no discomfort, even if dismembered. Luke asserts that he will continue to discover a means to afflict him. Abruptly, Mother emerges and asserts that the predicament is far from resolved. At that moment, a substantial crowd draws near, encircling the vicinity with torches. Gecko asserts that he possesses a significant role in Qing City. Another individual approaches Luke and cautions that instigating unrest in Blackwater Town will lead to repercussions. He asserts that he occupies a significant role in Qing City and clarifies that their sole purpose was to apprehend the fugitive who shot first. The individual replies with indifference that he is already aware they originated from Qing City and considers it disrespectful that he failed to inform him of his actions. He proclaims that Blackwater Town operates under its own regulations and cautions that he determines whether intruders create disturbances. The mother laughs softly as the armed individuals maintain their weapons in the air. Luke observes that he is unconventional. Grinning serenely, he clarifies that they have already apprehended the instigator and inquires why they still wish to meddle. Fuming, the man berates him as the nearby individuals maintain their arms at the ready. He implies that he might have received something from the escaped individual, similar to a blossom, and began to show preference for him. He discovers that the escapee employed the identical rose technique that previously proliferated throughout Qing City. Red Tuxedo observes silently and comprehends that this is likely Luke's ultimate maneuver. Certain individuals label him as insane and propose eliminating him swiftly to resolve the issues. Furious over the affront, the man menaces to take his life while Gecko intervenes to prevent him from swearing. He chuckles and declares he will cease feigning. Abruptly, he bursts forth with force, shocking the armed individuals surrounding him. He clutches a weapon firmly as the altercation intensifies. He advises the individual to release him calmly, regardless of whether he is being manipulated or genuinely safeguarding the escapee. The man furiously questions his identity and asserts that this is their domain. Gecko grins and inquires whether they genuinely think he possesses merely 2 firearms. Out of the blue, a lorry abruptly veers toward them, halting their movement. Employing a loudspeaker, Gecko proclaims they are an elite task force from the municipality dispatched to apprehend a perpetrator. He insists that they summon a leader to engage in negotiations forthwith. Numerous armored transports approach and encircle the vicinity as all eyes shift in their direction. A woman in crimson stilettos advances gracefully, cradling a slumbering ginger feline. The audience swiftly comprehends that Viper has indeed made her entrance. Viper serenely instructs everyone to sheath their arms, stating that the Qing members are not adversaries. The armed individuals pause but comply with her command. Gecko courteously acknowledges Viper, who inquires of both parties about the circumstances that resulted in this clash. Gecko erupts into laughter as the conversation commences. Luke expresses his regrets to her, clarifying that they refrained from notifying the target, conceding that they ought to have briefed Qing in advance. He further mentions that one of her associates is experiencing an unusual influence and is safeguarding the individual they intend to apprehend. However, that can be disregarded for the time being. An individual advises Viper to not place his trust in him. Noticing the man turning crimson, Luke impulsively exclaims that he adores the red tuxedo. Viper expresses curiosity and issues a directive to put it to the test. The underling promptly complies and aims a firearm at Red Tuxedo. The individual pleads with Viper to show mercy towards Red, while asserting that he is indeed heterosexual. Viper finds this scenario entertaining, but resolves that it requires thorough examination. Luke asserts that they need to return the individual and should not allow him to engage with anyone at this moment. Viper inquires whether they can at least elucidate the actions of the individual. He asserts that it is classified and necessitates authorization from the central office. Viper snickers quietly while cradling the ginger feline in her embrace. He observes the feline and nonchalantly comments that it appears quite plump. It abruptly hisses in fury at him. Gecko presents an official permit and clarifies that they are merely adhering to directives from superior officials. Upon hearing this, Viper instructs her crew to secure the writhing individual. He fervently implores Viper to release the individual and assist him. She clarifies that Blackwater Town and Qing are mutually dependent, hence their issues are interlinked, and she expresses remorse for the inconvenience. Luke requests to utilize the warehouse momentarily as he requires the space to interrogate the detainee. Viper makes quips about instruments of torment, yet he courteously declines and expresses his appreciation as is. Viper responds with bewilderment upon hearing his reply. Red Tuxedo asserts that torment is futile, as he is capable of suppressing his perception of pain. Luke responds that he has no desire to employ torture. Red Tuxedo inquires of him regarding his strategy for questioning. He chuckles and remarks that he is merely an office employee, while softly summoning his younger sibling. May emerges from behind the detainee, keen to initiate the questioning. Viper nonchalantly inquires about how she should address him. He presents himself and mentions that the masked figure alongside him is Li Xie. As they smoke in unison, he inquires whether her cigars have spoiled. He had heard numerous speculations regarding her division previously, and ultimately observed its standing today. He acknowledges that he was merely around 50% certain when facing Qing earlier. Gecko elucidates that their team leader may possess the capability to manage all individuals, herself included. A gentleman emerges and announces that the interrogation has concluded. It is disclosed that the vice captain accepted a gold ingot as a dowry from Red, asserting he has discovered genuine affection. Viper comments that since he has taken a bride, he merits being incarcerated. Gecko humorously suggests that Qing's metropolis could be ideal for enlisting their gifted siblings, departing Viper unenthused. He remarks that urban life is vibrant, and they can pursue more thrilling opportunities if they desire. He also acknowledges that it is somewhat too disordered. Someone inquires whether his previous statement made via the loudspeaker was indeed accurate. She engages in some light banter with him while toying with her cigar. At that moment, a cry reverberates throughout the vicinity, shocking all those in proximity. Luke confesses that the shriek startled him, which perplexed Gecko. Luke suggests that they should depart swiftly, and requested to keep the prisoner confined there for the time being. Viper inquires whether he has faith in him, and the individual affirms that he indeed does. However, she is reluctant to maintain the prisoner in custody due to his atypical nature. The Crimson Tuxedo mutters that they are all fiends. Nonetheless, notwithstanding this, they reassure her that he is entirely ordinary. While heading home, Gecko contemplates that after witnessing the destiny of the crimson-haired individual, anyone would find it difficult to maintain their courage. He jestingly claims that he ought to appreciate Viper, as she even presented him with a motorcycle. Luke clarifies that Viper gestured with their payment, and supplied them with additional essentials. She additionally proposed future collaboration, but regulations inhibit him from providing his contact details. He also expresses regret if he seemed stern previously, referring to him as a reliable associate and companion. Gecko inquires if his relatives approve of their companionship. Mother suggests that if he desires companionship, he ought not to disclose all aspects of himself. Luke subsequently quips about his capability, and Gecko reassures him that he is aware of it. He subsequently inquires about what he gained from the questioning in Blackwater Town. He clarifies that the puppet operator is Chong, a 34-year-old bachelor involved with 3 women, yet has no offspring. 3 years prior, Ralph enlisted him, and he currently operates within the man's paramilitary team. Their team manages eliminations, security, and recovery assignments. Recently, they arrived in Ching City to recover artwork. Their team consists of 3 individuals with special abilities and 4 seasoned mercenaries, among whom is Big Head Ghost, responsible for the Rose incident. He explains that Ralph did not come back to life, but merely endured until he employed all his skills before overcoming him. Luke subsequently discloses that he has effectively determined Ralph's present whereabouts. Luke discloses that Ralph conceals himself whenever his superior faces peril, retreating to a location known as Happy Village. Astonished, the vehicle abruptly speeds up. Gecko inquires whether that is genuinely the location, feeling skeptical. Luke observes the numerous skull symbols and questions their significance. Gecko emphasizes that it is excessively perilous. Joyful. The hamlet is the most prohibited area, and anyone who ventures there will swiftly lose their sanity. The mother asserts that it must be an excellent destination for a holiday, to which May concurs. Luke asserts that they should proceed to apprehend Ralph, regardless of the location being off-limits. Gecko sorrowfully whispers that he is destined for failure. Beneath the crimson moon, their transport persistently speeds toward the perilous, joyful village. Gecko informs the central office regarding the contamination event, indicating that the suspect is probably concealed in Happy Village. They persist in their endeavor and peruse the information they possess along the route. The information characterizes Happy Village as an area that induces hallucinations, insanity, and vanishings within its warped influence. Gecko inquires whether he is reevaluated, yet he responds that the information is insufficient and they need to conduct their own inquiry. They reach 10 kilometers distant from Joyful Village and ready their arms. Luke reassures him not to feel frightened, as he intends to enter alone. With this, Gecko concedes that he is indeed a coward. Nevertheless, he is now a capability wielder, thus he cannot forsake his companion. Luke advises him to remain vigilant, as venturing into the village is excessively perilous. He subsequently elucidates that the true threat is something altogether different. Within a shadowy chamber, Baba is eagerly consuming sustenance, and murmurs that he is at last liberated. He expresses, if Happy Village is genuinely perilous, then he will also become a threat. He expresses that he would experience remorse if anything were to befall him. Gecko ultimately concedes and asserts that he will merely operate the vehicle and remain vigilant. The following day, they gather provisions and conclude that they cannot approach the village directly by vehicle. Luke arrives in the hamlet and cautions them to exercise caution. It appears that he set off by himself, yet accompanying him are his mother and sister. Gecko glimpsed them and started to feel frightened. He attempts to alert his companion, but becomes paralyzed with terror upon hearing a sound behind him. Luke is transporting his sister, when abruptly he senses, light-headed affirming that the location is far from ordinary. While strolling through a rice paddock, Luke inquires of his sister whether she harbors any fear of their father. She contends that this is not accurate, as she intends to create a plaything for him. They stop and contemplate their precise location. Judging by their surroundings, They are situated in meticulously arranged areas inhabited by astonishingly diligent agriculturalists. He moved toward one of them and inquired whether they were genuinely in the joyful village. The lady persists in gazing at him, prompting him to offer her cash in order to elicit a response. Nevertheless, she remains unwilling to converse, so he attempts to reclaim his funds, but she declined to give it back. Following that, after considerable effort, he ultimately recovered his funds and reminds himself that he must uncover the information independently. He strolls through the hamlet and is able to perceive its whole expanse. He remarks that it is exceedingly tranquil and ponders whether Ralph is concealed within one of the residences. At that moment, Mother interrupts something hovering above him, remarking that it's unclean. She remarks that the joyful village surpasses the Blackwater town. There, individuals are amicable, and just as if prompted, Luke gazes upward and they are encircled. Perplexed, he contemplates why they appear so menacing now and stares at his mother. She refutes dominating them, which incites Luke to reflect profoundly. Unable to reach a determination, he opts to disregard the individuals and conduct inquiries by visiting each residence. Mother consents and mentions that she noticed a residence with illuminated windows. Intrigued, Luke inquires about which one it is. She confesses that she didn't precisely recall, but gestures toward its location. With this, they continue their search for the residence. Luke notes that May isn't inclined to turn the unfriendly individuals into her playthings, and she asserts that they already exist. The mother informs them it is close, yet covertly severs an additional thread behind her child. Aware, Luke inquires whether they can detect an unusual odor. He perceives protein, and it brings to mind Ralph. He believes he must be close when a young lad approaches him and presents him with some dates. He expresses his gratitude for. It ponders once more on how he will locate Ralph. He subsequently contemplates merely incinerating the dwellings to compel Ralph to emerge from concealment. At that moment, the individual he is seeking willingly presents himself in front of him. Ralph concludes that he has at long last located Chong and inquires about what Luke did to his associate. He responds that he was not required to undertake any actions and was absolutely convinced that he would locate Ralph. The individual chuckles, believing he has unearthed the worth of the artwork. Nevertheless, he laughs hysterically upon realizing that the young man has come to hold him accountable for his transgressions. He asserts that Luke is powerless to act against him, since they are the deities of the Crimson Moon. Luke instead refers to the individual as a lunatic, yet his mother cautions him to exercise caution. At that moment, a group of men elevate their weapons towards him and open fire. He borrowed his sibling's energy and evades the projectiles, reminding himself that he cannot withdraw at this point. Mother assists him, and erected a shield to safeguard him from the onslaught of gunfire. With this, he can concentrate entirely on Ralph and lunges ahead, the individual who is currently targeting him with his own firearm. Ralph is astonished by his swiftness and couldn't defend himself as he plunges his hand into his chest. He extracts the man's heart, yet Ralph merely grins and instructs his followers to cease firing. He becomes aware that he inadvertently tore the man and attempted to restore it. Meanwhile, Luke is engrossed in contemplation about what may transpire next. A tree emerges from the lifeless form of Ralph. He is astonished that the tendrils remain thriving, and they promptly focus on the inhabitants. The appendages wrap around the man's physique as he abruptly turns aggressive. He attempts to assault Luke upon perceiving him as Ralph, seeking to avenge himself. Nevertheless, he cannot afford to eliminate the individual, as he would reproduce incessantly. At that moment, the lunatic aims the firearm at himself and concluded, upon realizing that he was incapable of eliminating Luke. Additional inhabitants pursue him, yet they all transform into Ralph's sustenance. He contemplates how he will disrupt the procedure. Mother inform him that he cannot tear the tree asunder because it will merely keep proliferating. He ponders his options and considers allowing their father to handle it all. He believes that Baba and Ralph are an ideal pair as they will battle one another to the death. He also ponders allowing his sister to use the tree as her treat. Nonetheless, evaluating the circumstances, it appears that he is the sole individual capable of addressing it. As Ralph has the ability to taint those in his vicinity even after his demise, he ponders why they all pursue retribution against him. Mother gestures. Discover that it is not a facet of his capability, but rather the cost he must endure. Luke concurs, as everyone Ralph tainted becomes integrated into him, fostering profound animosity towards him. Ralph's method of disposing of them involves assimilating them, and he redirected their fury towards himself. He comprehends this at present, yet remains oblivious to the reasons behind their animosity directed at him. At that moment, Mama slices into something on his back, proclaiming that she has discovered. It is unveiled to be Ralph's visage emerging on his form, which incites the villagers to harbor animosity towards him. The townsfolk relinquish their arms. Without Mama's assistance, he would not have evaded their animosity. Following the consumption of Ralph's facial skin, the townsfolk appear to exact their vengeance. However, the tree announces that it underwent swift development for the initial occasion. It states that Luke permitted it to finalize the 5th pollution category with remarkable speed, finalizing the accomplished laboratory assignment. Luke is perplexed, yet noticed that Ralph's visage is nearly vanishing. He contemplates what his 3rd skill might be, and how it will reveal itself. A portal swings open, and an individual yells that he is prohibited from harming Ralph. The individual grins at him, while remarking on the size of his intellect. He subsequently seizes Ralph's throat as he comes to the realization that Big Brain is the individual who disseminated roses in Qing City. He subsequently discloses that his sibling is actively searching for him. With a powerful tug, he yanks him from the tree stump and proclaims that he has perished. Nevertheless, additional Ralphs emerge and confront him simultaneously. Lacking his sister's assistance, he battles to evade the onslaught, and his physique becomes increasingly adorned with Ralph's visage. Ralph's tainted energy permeates the inhabitants, engulfing them entirely. He asserts that he possesses the identity of all individuals, including Luke, who is gradually becoming like him. Concerned for him, Mama announces that the moment has come, and that stifling Baba further will provoke him even more. If Ralph desires conflict, they ought to provide it. Big Head is perplexed as to why his power failed, given that Luke agreed to the invitations he provided. The individual disregarded his directive to avoid harming Ralph. As he contemplated what occurred, May unexpectedly materializes, which astonished him. She proclaims that she will transform him into her plaything, and twists his form to her preference. She comforts him, assuring that she will safeguard him from her father, while persistently warping his form. The man wails in agony, his cries resonating across the village. In the meantime, Ralph's true awareness sensed Big Head's downfall. He considers departing before Luke regains consciousness. Nevertheless, he appears to encounter a different issue in the company of Baba. At that moment, Luke awakens, revealing his recently acquired abilities. The corruptions ponder how he effortlessly extricated himself. He derides them as worthless for being leeches, and initiates to tear them asunder while harnessing Baba's might. He delivers a blow, nibbles, and consumes. With irrefutable strength, Luke eradicates the tainted beings. The villagers halt their activities to admire his strength. Even Mother refers to him as a beast. She gazes from behind, inquires of May what she is holding. The youngster presents him with Big Head's cranium, which has now become her latest plaything. Mother informs her that she is not allowed to possess a filthy plaything. As they abandon it, she inquires whether Luke will transform, to which Mama objects. In the meantime, the surviving tainted villagers deliberate on fleeing or banding together to eliminate Luke. Harnessing Baba's abilities, he experiences an exhilarating sensation as his adversary appears to be invulnerable. Thus he may persist in tormenting them. With this, Ralph's genuine awareness seeks to break free. He triumphantly severed the connection and concealed his identity during his getaway. Nonetheless, Mama and May prevent him from fleeing. In another location, another corrupted entity appears to be emerging from its prolonged dormancy. Mama confronts Ralph in a disguise, inquiring about the individual who dispatched him to examine the compromised laboratory. The individual abruptly discharges a unique projectile that slices through the atmosphere towards her with great velocity. However, it abruptly ricochets away as Mama intercepts it. She grins and comments that he truly has no desire to pass away quietly. Conversely, Baba seethes with fury as he exclaims that those who evade capture are even more exasperating. The malevolent entity bellows aggressively as he detects Ralph's proximity. He barrels forward, crashing through all obstacles in its way, while blazing infernos and fragments erupt in its vicinity. The townsfolk gaze in disbelief at his monstrous destruction. Ralph grinds his teeth, inquiring about who assigned him the solitary warrior alias. Luke advances, while Baba hovers behind him and coolly proclaims that he has apprehended the individual. Ralph swiftly comprehends the frightening strength in front of him, but asserts that he cannot be vanquished. He clarifies that he decided to conceal himself in this village because the queen has been resting here. A number of locals unexpectedly emerge and concur with him. The setting transitions to a remote hillside under the scarlet moon as Ralph proclaims that they have roused the queen. Remains of soldiers litter the earth as he asserts that his present form is likewise one of the queen's adherents. He yearns to flee by seizing the queen's might, but silently questions whether it will be feasible at this moment. Luke bellows in rage as the beast lurking behind him unleashes a deafening roar. Ralph gazes in astonishment at the fact that he is genuinely defying the queen. An increasing number of villagers surge ahead, uniting in support of their queen who has ascended. This is the genuine threat of the joyful village. A monarch has emerged in the settlement, and they have arrived at an irreversible juncture. A sinister eye gradually unveils itself as the queen directs her gaze towards the interloper, asserting her dominance. May appears exhilarated, while Luke remains steadfast beside Mama and May, resolute in safeguarding his loved ones. Ralph is astonished by the circumstances, coming to the realization that the creature has advanced to the second stage and is capable of confronting the queen. The daunting beast looms in front of them as anxiety escalates, causing everyone to speculate whether a confrontation is imminent. Luke concedes that the creature in front of him is the most formidable adversary he has encountered to date. Despite the instinct to flee, he tightens his grip and resolves to stand by his family. Mother observes quietly, a subtle grin emerging on her mouth. He salutes the queen, lauding her exquisite city. She reassures her not to feel anxious, as they have merely arrived to assist her son in completing some tasks. She expresses regret for intruding into their abode and admires the exquisite blossoms. Luke is astonished that his mother is able to converse with the queen, who appears to be appreciative of her. Mama recommends cultivating blue irises amidst the pink blossoms to enhance the vibrancy of the meadow. The monarch concurs, yet finds it challenging to locate seeds. Luke makes a call. His mother, as she responds that she is already aware. Mama informs her that dividing agricultural land and floral meadows to form exquisite designs ought to be thrilling. Ralph gazes in astonishment, taken aback that Mama is conversing with the queen as if it were ordinary. Militant forces swiftly move through the region as detectives commence their inquiry into the events that transpired in the hamlet. Mama expresses her regrets for harming their belongings, yet suggests it would be preferable if they mended it on their own. Prior to departing, she expresses that should they encounter one another again in the future, she will engage in play with her once more. She subsequently leaves with her offspring, who all pivot and chuckle at the individual. Luke expresses that he has a query he wishes to pose to him, but Baba opposes, planning to eliminate the individual instead. Nonetheless, Baba extended his hand to conclude the matter with the individual. Undeterred, Luke reiterates that he has an inquiry for the creature. Furious, Baba bellows that he is merely worthless, timid refuse. Mama instructs him to return, yet the father declines. Luke comprehends that his physique is no longer within his dominion. He intends himself to contend against Baba as he might convey his apprehension. Clenching. His teeth clenched, he maintains that he cannot relinquish his grip and compels his left hand to continue holding firm. Mama prompts him to remember that they are a family and ought to support each other rather than engage in conflict. The queen captures their focus and instructs them to refrain from disputing in her presence. Mother expresses regret for the interruption. Mother highlights that others are already mocking their household. Before departing, Baba asserts that the young man is of no value and cautions that they will come to rue safeguarding him. With a contemptuous snort, he ultimately withdraws to his dim chamber. Luke exhales in relief that everything has finally concluded. Mother expresses her gratitude to the Queen and inquires of her son about their next course of action. He clarifies. He aims to restore the wrongdoer to Qing and return the pilfered possessions. Nevertheless, the wounded individual abruptly asserts that everything they perceive is, in fact, illusory. Mother slices something within him, and abruptly he loses his ability to speak. She informs him that the artwork resides in his container, along with several other details concerning Luke. She asks him to examine the contents of the box once he has entered the second phase, or he might not be able to endure it. He contemplates the implications of her words. As this marks her initial request from him, he consents to fulfill it. Ultimately, they allow May to engage with Ralph. Subsequently, Luke is transporting the container by himself after Mama and May rush off to attend to their father. At that moment, Gecko appears to collect him. Luke affirms that all matters have been addressed and settled. Gecko. He then informs him that he apprehended 4 hired soldiers while on patrol. Solely, 1 stays alive, and he placed the individual to rest within the automobile. He inquires whether he wishes to create room for his family, but Luke responds that it is satisfactory. They discuss the plunder of the mercenaries, consisting of perilous armaments they now possess, which causes Luke to feel a twinge of anxiety. Gecko remarks that he discarded their transports, but Luke deems this to be a reckless extravagance. Subsequently, suited officials arrive to escort them. Luke asserts that there are 4 deserted motorcycles in the vicinity and requests their assistance to modify them. Eventually, they encounter Chen after successfully completing their assignment. He relays the advancement of the operation. She inquires whether he is confident that both individuals with powers are ultimately deceased. Upon his affirmation, she advises him to relax, as there will be additional responsibilities awaiting him. Gecko makes his entrance with the unresponsive mercenary and brings to his attention the issue concerning Linda. She informs him to bide her time for 2 days and she will inform her. In the meantime, Linda erupted in a sneeze within her chamber. She sent away the 2 boys, informing them that they would have 3 days of respite. In a chamber with the other leaders, Chen reveals the suitcase. She has already inspected the box and informs them that it holds the artwork, details regarding the mining scandal, and information about the compromised laboratory. Additionally, among these, it may also encompass details regarding Luke. They subsequently instruct to ultimately unveil the container. Gecko inquires whether he truly intends to remain tense, cautioning that he may risk losing his composure following their arduous expedition. He envisions them within the vibrant nightclub, enjoying the time of their lives. Nevertheless, Luke declines and advises him to relish his solitude. As he strolls back home, isolated, he contemplates the conflicts he faced. He chooses to enjoy an evening meal with his relatives initially, anticipating turmoil at home. Hana converses with him, delighted that he has returned. She commends him for executing the assignment remarkably and arranging the task documentation and compensation. He requests her to enumerate the payment details individually, as he takes pleasure in hearing them. Eventually, their conversation concludes, and he contemplates that he has garnered a substantial amount this time. He ascends the staircase towards his residence, mentally gearing himself up. He reaches the entrance of the apartment and anxiously unlocks the door. He is perplexed that they are not battling. He communicates them that they could have feasted without his presence if they were all famished. Baba advises him to return sooner if he is aware that the family is anticipating his arrival. Luke consents, and the family begins to share their evening meal together. Simultaneously, in another location, a hand readies to unseal the box. Numerous officials congregate nearby, observing intently. Within the suitcase lie numerous sealed documents that were exceedingly challenging to acquire. Chen recognizes the object as the enigmatic artwork and states she will transport it to the research facility for additional analysis. She mentions that the documents also include information regarding the compromised laboratory occurrence. The instructor informs her that, irrespective of what lies within, Luke is now considered one of their own. Chen unseals the envelope and appears irritated by its contents. She reveals the torn documents within, much to their astonishment. In the meantime, at home, Mother suggests that they ought to embark on more family excursions like this in the future. She reprimands their father for his irritable disposition, asserting that it unsettles everyone. She cautions that if he doesn't alter his behavior, he might not be part of the family outings in the future. Luke abruptly contemplates why his mother's remarks seem to resonate directly with him. His mother beams and encourages him to pose his inquiries. She recognizes his curiosity and comprehends his desire for greater knowledge. She subsequently presents him with the present she had previously vowed to give. She cautions him that he ought to unveil it solely after he has attained the second stage. He vows to adhere to her guidance as she passes him the key and advises him to safeguard it diligently. The following day, Luke ultimately completes composing his report, convinced that it is an exceptionally thorough overview. He ponders the idea of visiting the orphanage prior to returning to his assignments. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly rings, and upon answering, Hannah promptly praises his written report. She proposes to assist in refining it prior to its submission. He expresses gratitude to her, and she pays attention as there is another matter he wishes to address. Luke. She subsequently inquires whether she is aware of the subsequent stage. Chen conveys that Luke inquires about the subsequent stage. Although it is not confidential, they must ascertain Luke's genuine motives. The officer observes that Luke's account referenced collecting objects from Happy Village and confronting an enigmatic entity known as the Queen. The professor inquires whether they have assessed Gecko's documentation regarding the assignment. Upon analyzing the reports, they determine that Luke seems to adhere to the guidelines meticulously, which they regard as a comforting indication. The elder proposes that they should not dismiss the young man, and instead adhere to the usual procedure, granting him the opportunity for the subsequent stage. In the meantime, Luke evaluates the payment alternatives for the assignment, and the chance of becoming a permanent member with an advancement. Hannah clarifies that if regarded as a prize, the mission compensation would amount to $3 million. Luke pauses, sensing the weight of making such a crucial choice. She suggests dividing the reward between monetary compensation and contribution points, which would additionally assist him in progressing to level 2. Luke expresses his gratitude to Hannah for her assistance. She updates him regarding the funds he is about to receive. He is astonished by the sum of money he has made. She subsequently starts elucidating the idea underlying the second stage. Under the sway of the Crimson Moon, individuals possessing extraordinary mental abilities transform into capacity users, which signifies the initial stage. She notes that numerous individuals have conducted experiments on capability individuals, and the outcomes were frequently disastrous. Luke inquires what occurs to ability users who have successfully navigated the second stage, yet are suddenly afflicted by a severe headache once more. Hannah states that the enhancement technique has now reached maturity, yet stringent regulations prohibit unlawful human trials. She states that merely one individual has successfully progressed to the second stage, and discloses that individual is Gecko, the most consistent ability wielder they have ever encountered. Luke remembers his mother mentioning that once he attains the second stage, he will be able to examine the files within the suitcase. He requests Hannah's assistance in submitting an appeal for the second phase enhancement. She expresses her regret and clarifies that his present proficiency is insufficient to make that request at this time. Determined, he inquires whether there are any assignments available at this moment, and promptly agrees to undertake one. A young woman named Jonah expresses her frustration that someone continues to pester her, despite the fact that she is already in a relationship. Her companion nonchalantly proposes that they share a few drinks. Jonah perceives her stare as peculiar, yet consents to her strategy. Subsequently, she awakens to find her companion hovering above her. The woman unabashedly extols her attractiveness, then proposes that they take a bath together, cautioning her of repercussions should she decline. Jonah yells, attempting to resist her. The following day, Jonah visits a mental health counseling facility. She informs him that an unusual phenomenon has been pursuing her since that day, and that she hasn't encountered her closest companion again. The physician trivializes her concerns, asserting that such apprehension is typical for individuals in her age group. He comforts her by explaining that she is merely experiencing stress, and extends his assistance to aid in her recovery. He proposes treating her to a meal, yet she resolutely declines. His demeanor shifts to a somber tone as he reiterates the identical menacing statement regarding grave repercussions for spurning him. Outside the Qing police station, Luke contemplates that Hannah is genuinely a kind-hearted individual after assisting him in acquiring everything he requires. A service member showcases a fortified motorcycle and verifies that it is the conveyance he had requested. The officer elaborates that the motorcycle was enhanced by the research division to boost its resilience and agility. New attributes have been incorporated, such as steel cables for manual operation and retraction, in addition to voice-activated emergency notifications and GPS functionality. He further mentions that a robotic canine is housed within the metal compartment at the rear and is capable of aiding with support duties. The automobile was specifically crafted for individuals with arachnid capabilities, leading Luke to ponder why Gecko did not obtain one. Hannah discloses that Gecko experienced an uncomfortable incident with the partner of the head of the newly established weapons division. He seizes the handlebars and ignites the motorcycle as the engine erupts with a growl. Navigating the urban roads, he confesses the sensation is pleasurable, albeit somewhat distinct from his anticipation. Grinning assuredly, he resolves that it is moment to venture forth and commence his quest to pursue phantoms. In the meantime, trepidatious Jonah strolls down the shadowy lane, contemplating her next steps despite the physician's earlier alterations. Abruptly, a young girl salutes her. The little one smiles ominously and inquires of her as she comprehends the ramifications of dismissing him. The frightened woman retreats in dread and implores the advancing silhouettes to keep their distance from her. Enveloped by ominous silhouettes, he proclaims that she cannot dismiss him and requires that she yield to him. Overcome with terror, the woman crumples to the earth as he commands her to bow and plead. Luke advances and comforts her, assuring her that he is present to assist. He extends his hand and lifts her from the floor as she anxiously inquires how he might assist her. With tears in her eyes, she gazes up at him as his hand extends towards her. A man then furiously inquires about Luke's actions as he positions himself in front of the terrified woman. Maintaining his composure, he courteously apologizes, while the irate man asserts that he has an issue. Gripping him in terror, she fervently claims that the man is a specter and pleads urgently for rescue. He softly comforts her, urging her not to fret as he quietly requests that she take a step back for a brief period, disclosing that she is climbing aboard his vehicle. Cruising through the urban landscape, he serenely elucidates that he must locate an appropriate location to ensnare the apparition. He remarks that he manages circumstances of this nature and cautions that they need to exercise caution or the specter may evade capture. The bike races along the road as he clumsily requests her not to embrace him too firmly. As he rides, he examines the mission particulars, clarifying that the objective is an entity with specter-class abilities, proficient in the art of inhabiting other individuals. The motorbike races across the urban landscape beneath the scarlet moon. Subsequently, they halt before a brilliantly illuminated hotel, as he serenely announces that they have reached their destination. The woman appears astonished upon discovering that the location he has taken her to is a hotel. He serenely informs her that it is time for her to accompany him indoors. Noticing her reluctance, he displays his identification badge and clarifies that she needs to behave normally to avoid raising the target's suspicions. She anxiously inquires whether he truly possesses the ability to capture spirits as they enter the hotel, and he affirms. At the reception, he nonchalantly asks for a single room, while jesting that, if his strategy falters, his heart will endure significant pain. As they ascend the staircase, she observes him preoccupied with concerns, yet he asserts that he is all right. In the meantime, an elderly lady subtly pivots towards them. Evidently, she is not typical. The custodian inquires about their tardiness. Jonah subsequently discovers that she is the one tormenting herself. The custodian abruptly turns aggressive and instructs him to depart, as she has already selected Jonah as her target. Luke considers the predicament perilous in May's absence, yet ponders the notion of forcibly appropriating her abilities. He assertively informs the custodian that the woman is not his target, and insists that he cease before the situation escalates. The custodian ridicules them and cautions that even influential individuals in the metropolis are unable to thwart her. Unexpectedly, May arrives, but displays envy upon noticing him in proximity to another girl. A petite girl with white hair emerges and joyfully exclaims to the young man. Infuriated, the custodian charges ahead and assaults, yelling that they must be craving demise. Jonah yells as the custodian abruptly brandishes a tool in their direction. He serenely deflects the assault as May clutches him from the rear. The assailant gazes in disbelief as an individual icily labels him repulsive. Taken aback by the abrupt turnaround, the custodian recoils and awkwardly expresses regret. The Spectre took control of a different team, asserting that he surpasses them. Luke remembers listening to someone express a comparable sentiment previously. The apparition inhabits another form and takes control of the Sentinel. He lunges ahead, hoisting his armament to strike. Luke responds immediately and seizes the approaching blow before it can connect. He resolutely restrains him as the lights shimmer overhead. Nearby visitors glance about, feeling frightened. They then all grin mischievously, their eyes shining crimson as if under a spell. Summoning her bravado, the woman furiously exclaims at the specter, commanding him to depart. He swiftly draws her near and instructs her to grip firmly as he readies himself to confront the imminent danger. The malevolent individuals insist that he relinquish the woman, as they wield authority over every aspect of the city. Observing her in a state of fear, he composedly comforts her, assuring her that while there are indeed madmen in this world, there are also individuals who can safeguard her. The tormented individual scoffs in the shadows and proclaims that the champion is evidently courting demise. One of the individuals brandishes a firearm and icily proclaims that he will fulfill the champion's desire for demise. Crouching next to the terrified woman, he requests May to keep an eye on her while he confronts the adversaries. He propels himself ahead and hits the assailant before the individual can respond. A frightened youngster calls out, and he rushes to her aid. He subsequently turns to the wounded individual on the ground, inquiring of him to cease, as the patrol forces have already encircled the location. Encircled by watchful soldiers, the specter that currently inhabited a crimson-haired woman taunts him and inquires whether he genuinely believes he overlooked the circumstances surrounding him. He clarifies that it is not merely this structure, but the whole vicinity that has already been encircled. Coming to the understanding that he has no means of evasion, he departs from the physical form. He instructs everyone to remain composed and distance themselves from the woman to prevent the patrol unit outside from discharging their weapons. A patrol officer approaches him and nervously inquires about what precisely transpired just moments earlier. Identifying him from a previous encounter, the officer eagerly inquires how he can assist. Subsequently, the officer instructs everyone to disperse, while Luke reassures Jonah not to be frightened. With an assured grin, he reminds all present that their purpose is to safeguard the citizens. The woman discreetly flushes and concedes to herself that he appears exceptionally attractive. He subsequently gazes out of the window and observes that the circumstances below have ultimately settled. Via a loudspeaker, the troops declare that all individuals are now under military supervision and urge civilians to comply and remain tranquil. They commence the allocation of safety helmets and assure the assembly that all matters will soon be managed. A demoniac individual scowls furiously as he comprehends that Luke genuinely maintains his stance to confront him. He asserts that he is merely fulfilling his responsibilities and holds no personal animosity towards the individual. Assessing the capability, he infers that the apparition can infiltrate an individual's body via touch within approximately 10 meters. The specter growls that he compelled his hand and pledges to eliminate anyone who opposes him. He torments the individual he controlled. He chuckles frenziedly through another inhabited form while elevating a pointed instrument toward the assembly. In a swift, savage act, the afflicted man plunges a knife into himself as his frame crumples to the earth. Another possessed team inquires if she ought to eradicate all those implicated. He unemotionally declares that the offender has already violated the law and cautions that additional fatalities will merely exacerbate the repercussions. He shouts to his sibling and gestures for her to respond without delay. She promptly comprehends and engages the unique confinement apparatus. In an instant, she zips across the chamber and fastens the luminous collar around the enchanted necks. Luke subsequently instructs all others present in the room to vacate without delay. He announces that the objective has been seized and informs the assistance team that they may proceed. As the restraining collars were affixed to the individuals in proximity, and the rest have already been relocated outside, he has no one to control except for the present one. He inquires whether he will capitulate or persist in battling, despite being out of options. And fumed, the specter proclaims he will battle until the ultimate conclusion, as sinister energy swells in the vicinity. The afflicted woman reveals her strength while furiously demanding to know how she was driven to this extent. Consumed by fury, the specter wails that as he was compelled into this predicament, he will pull Luke down to damnation alongside him. Warped recollections flicker through the specter's consciousness, uncovering remnants of the existence he once held. Coming to terms with what he is observing, Luke asserts that the specter accomplished significantly more than merely violate the regulations. The beast scowls at the champion and snarls as it readies to strike, coming to the realization that it cannot seize the hero's form. The spirit bellows that it will merely consume him instead. As May appears disinterested in combating the apparition, Luke propels himself ahead, solo. The specter attempts an assault, yet he promptly retaliates, slicing directly through the being with an exact blow. He descends upon his form, entirely overpowering the entity. The specter crumples in agony, its form further disintegrating beneath his immense force. Left with no alternative, it seized control of the woman once more. Observing her quiver, Luke confesses he never wished to engage in combat. However, the specter was opposing. He subsequently instructs the lady to reimburse his funds, as he will not be remaining at the inn. Shortly thereafter, authorities apprehend the woman while she expresses her objections, perplexed regarding the reason for her arrest. Hannah clarifies that the spirit is probably still concealed deep within the individual's psyche. However, once its existence is verified, they can expel it. Luke inquires about the repercussions the apparition will encounter subsequently. Hannah responds that the specter will probably be subjected to capital punishment. Authorities subdue the afflicted woman while reassuring her that she will be protected and reimbursed following the inquiry. Once the soldiers express their gratitude, Jonah pivots toward him and inquires about his name. May playfully hints that she has feelings for her brother, yet she anxiously refutes this. With a flush of embarrassment, she requests his phone number, wishing to reach out to him again later. He guarantees her that there will be no issues ahead, and their conversation was interrupted by the authorities. With the matter resolved, Luke gets ready to go back to the position as the assistance team manages the reimbursement report. He accelerates on his motorcycle as May trails behind him. Within the command center, the authorities examine the occurrence and determine that Luke solved the situation in less than 2 hours, earning him a B-level classification. They recommend gradually reducing the risk evaluation over time and bestowing upon him a more elevated assignment in the future. Traversing the night, Luke obtains an appeal tailored for a Spider-class ability wielder. Hannah elucidates the situation pertains to an unusual event linked to a business owner, and Gia had solicited support from the main office after discovering significant evidence. Examining the documents, Luke observes numerous unsettling offenses and recognizes that the overall circumstances regarding the case are profoundly tumultuous. The inebriate Gia holds a tertiary level of exceptional ability and is entirely accountable for the inquiry, hence. The evaluation group has yet to obtain information. Gia sought assistance from Gecko, causing Luke to question why the appeal was assigned to him. Hannah clarifies that Gecko harbors a dislike for Gia, and thus she opts to delegate the matter to Luke. In response, Luke inquires if he can receive contribution points, to which Hannah consents. The following day, he reaches the express railway exit of Satellite Town 4, and encounters the intoxicated investigator, Gia.